If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 150, Going Out with a Bang. Literally. The impact crater stretched before Franklin Valorian, a molten scar on Vigil Arus that burned with the fury of a god's will made manifest. Steam hissed from molten rock, veiling the battlefield in a hellish shroud, while flames flickered around the Liberator like spectral sentinels. His avian skull helm gleamed in the unholy glow, an unyielding silhouette against the chaos of his creation. Yet, from within the crater's molten depths, movement stirred. A fissure tore through the meteorite's surface, splitting it with a thunderous crack that reverberated across the desolation. From the depths of fire and stone emerged three figures, broken, enraged, and reforged. Mortarion rose first, his bloated form an affront to reason, the very air around him wilting under the weight of necrotic fumes. His tattered cloak of pestilence whipped in the caustic winds, leaving streaks of decay carved into the ground. Angren followed, a towering maelstrom of rage and sinew, his warped frame thrumming with the frenetic energy of the butcher's nails. His war cries echoed like thunderclaps, shaking the earth as warp fire coursed through veins that no longer seemed bound by mortality. Last came Fulgrim, coiling from the depths like a serpent reborn. His serpentine body slithered with impossible grace, even as the burns and cuts marring his perfect visage betrayed his fury. A cruel smile split his lips as his gaze swept over the devastation. Fulgrim's voice cut through the toxic air, honeyed with disdain. "Is that it, brother?" he sneered, his words thick with derision. "A single meteorite? This is the best you can muster against the chosen of the gods." Franklin tilted his head, the skull helm casting a sinister shadow over the molten ridge. He let the silence linger, savoring the anticipation like a predator toying with its prey. Then came the chuckle, low, deliberate, and laced with menace. "Fulgrim," Franklin murmured, his voice steady. "Tell me, what are you going to do about the second one?" Fulgrim's mocking smile faltered. "The second? Shut up, fool!" Mortarion bellowed, his voice tinged with urgency and rage as he yanked Fulgrim aside. "Do you want him to get any more ideas?" Franklin stood unmoving, his arms folded as he watched his fallen brothers scramble through the molten terrain, the ground beneath them shifting and sliding like quicksand. Despite their demonic power, their retreat was ungraceful, almost pitiful against the scale of the weapon descending upon them. "You know," Franklin called out, his voice carrying effortlessly over the cacophony, "there's an old saying about humanity's greatest strength." His skull helm gleamed, the flickering firelight casting him as both judge and executioner. "We've always been really good at throwing rocks." The demonic Primarch's roars of fury and panic were drowned out as the second meteorite filled the sky, its descent transforming the heavens into a wall of fire. The air itself screamed as the behemoth tore through it, its sheer mass promising to rewrite the landscape upon impact. "And if it's worth hitting once," Franklin continued, a smirk audible in his voice, "it's worth hitting twice." The final approach silenced all else. The battlefield seemed to hold its breath as the weapon neared the kill zone, its radiant mass reflecting the unstoppable resolve of humanity. Franklin remained where he stood, a lone sentinel witnessing the vengeance of a species unbowed by gods or demons. As the sky shattered and the earth convulsed, Franklin's voice carried one last, quiet observation to his scrambling brothers. "Bigger rocks, always work better." In the heartbeat before the second meteor's impact, as the world seemed to hold its breath, Franklin made a choice that would transcend tactical brilliance. He was not driven by strategy or necessity, but by something purer, a yearning for mercy amidst the chaos. With a burst of celestial flame, his divine wings carved searing trails through the ash-choked air, carrying him toward a brother lost to rage and despair. Angren stood alone in the heart of the devastation, his massive form silhouetted against the boiling sky. Unlike Fulgrim and Mortarion, who scrambled to escape the second meteor's wrath, the Red Angel did not flee. The butcher's nails, those cruel implants that had shattered his soul, screamed their endless song of bloodlust, driving him forward even as doom approached from the heavens. Franklin knew if Angren dies from this meteor he will return to the warp, forever enslaved to the blood god. Franklin's talons, wrought from divine metal, struck with unerring precision. He seized Angren, his momentum carrying them both across the ruined landscape, away from the kill zone. They crashed through molten rock and twisted wreckage, the impact shattering stone and sending tremors through the ground. Angren recovered first, rising on instinct and fury, his demonic arm wielding a howling chain axe that demanded blood. The butcher's nails drove him forward, their eternal cry blotting out reason. The weapon met Anaris in a clash of flame and fury, the divine blade sparking against the unnatural metal of the axe. Franklin parried, his movements precise, deliberate. Each blow was met and countered with the care of a brother trying not to kill but to save. "I know you, brother," Franklin said, his voice steady despite the chaos. "I know what they did to you. I know what you've endured." Angren's only answer was a roar, raw and guttural, a sound of ancient pain and fury. He swung again, and Franklin sidestepped, an arrow flashing in a clean arc that severed Angren's leg at the knee. The Red Angel collapsed, his body crumpling under its own weight, forced to kneel as he once had in the bloody pits of Nuceria. "In another time, I couldn't save you," Franklin said, his voice soft, his blade lowered. "None of us could." Angren lunged, his head a weapon now, driven by the nail's relentless demand for violence. Franklin caught his brother's skull in an iron grip, his fingers finding the cruel archaeotech embedded in flesh and bone. With a cry of defiance, Franklin pulled. The butcher's nails came free with a sound that was more than mechanical, a keening wail, as if the universe itself mourned what they had done. For the first time in centuries, Angren's mind was his own. The endless scream fell silent, leaving only the echoes of his ragged breathing and the distant roar of approaching destruction. For the first time in millennia, silence fell over Angren's mind. He gasped, his body shuddering as if the weight of eternity had finally lifted. His blazing, bloodshot eyes met Franklin's. Clarity returned, fragile but undeniable, and in that moment, Angren was no longer a daemon, no longer a monster. He was a brother, a broken man, a victim, asking for an end. "Please." Angren whispered, his voice hoarse and trembling, his eyes filled with a painful uncertainty. "End this, end me." Angren did not know if Franklin could truly end his suffering. He did not know if any warrior, even one as mighty as his brother, could grant him the release he so desperately sought. But, for the first time in ages, Angren asked for it. His voice quivered with that raw, ancient pain, the tortured hope that perhaps, in this moment of clarity, his suffering could cease. Franklin nodded, the gesture containing all the solemnity of an executioner who understood the weight of mercy. An arrow rose, its divine flame burning brighter as if recognizing the importance of this moment. The blade that had tasted the flesh of gods and demons would now serve as an instrument of liberation. The strike was perfect, a single, clean cut that separated head from shoulders. There was no resistance, a last-minute surge of power, but an arrow sliced cleanly regardless. Angren's massive form collapsed, but unlike previous deaths, there was no sense of impermanence. The power of the god of war and murder ensured true death, final rest for a warrior who had known only war. As his brother's essence departed not to the warp but to true oblivion, Franklin spoke words that were both eulogy and promise. "Rest now, brother. The nails are silent. The battles are done. You die free." The body of the Red Angel began to dissolve, not into warp energy returning to its dark gods, but into motes of light that drifted skyward like embers from a dying fire. Each spark seemed to carry with it a fragment of the rage and pain that had defined Angren's existence, until nothing remained but a sense of peace that felt alien in this place of violence. This moment, this death, had been about more than tactical advantage or strategic victory. It had been about brotherhood, about mercy, about ending a cycle of pain that had persisted since the dark days of unity. The Red Angel, the gladiator king of Nuceria, the unwilling servant of the blood god, had finally found his freedom in oblivion. "One liberated," he murmured, his voice carrying the burden of uncountable struggles, an infinity left to free. His thoughts briefly drifted to a kinder moment, his timeline, this timeline where he had salvaged Angren's soul from the agony of the butcher's nails and the unrelenting path of slaughter. But such reflections had no place here. The storm of war raged on, announcing itself with 4 luminous streaks tearing across the heavens. Wielding weapons imbued with the dark blessings of their infernal patrons, the daemon Primarches surged toward Franklin with murderous intent. Franklin moved, his form an embodiment of tactical perfection. A sidestep turned Fulgrim's deadly strike into a misguided lunge. An arrow answered in turn, its blade arcing with feral precision, carving another scar on Fulgrim's scarred visage. Fulgrim's bellow of pain was a chorus of rage and agony, amplified by the maddened whispers of Slaanesh. His serpentine body coiled and slashed with vicious intent, each strike powered by the unrelenting currents of the warp. Their battle was a clash of light and darkness, each movement fast enough to reduce the air between them to incandescent plasma. Even the legendary custodians, whose reactions were sharper than any mortals, could barely glimpse the combat as after-images of raw power and violence. The Chaos Gods, ever watchful, poured their essence into their champions. Fulgrim's strikes took on an unnatural fluidity, his 4 blades moving with a rhythm that defied logic. Mortarion advanced next, his corroded armor exuding pestilence that warped reality itself. The duo no longer fought as individuals but as a singular, malevolent force. Every feint, every strike, was orchestrated with ruthless synergy. Franklin's voice cut through the cacophony, edged with amusement. "So, you're finally learning teamwork." His metallic wings shimmered as he parried a barrage of strikes with supernatural precision. Anaris danced between Fulgrim's blades, while Franklin's wings deflected Mortarion's rusted scythe. Seizing an opening, Franklin lunged. Anaris sang as it sought Fulgrim's throat, blazing with the fury of Cain. For a heartbeat, Fulgrim's mask of arrogance cracked, replaced by raw fear. But Mortarion intervened, his ancient scythe hooking Franklin's armor with a predatory grace, dragging him closer to the virulent embrace of decay. Franklin twisted, leveraging the moment. Anaris clashed against the scythe, locking them in a brutal stalemate. Mortarion's strength, enhanced by Nurgle's gifts, pressed down with crushing inevitability. Yet Franklin's free hand moved with unerring purpose, drawing his sidearm, the last word. The revolver barked once a simple, uncompromising sound amid the chaos. Its blessed round found its mark. Mortarion's head exploded in a grotesque spray of corrupted ichor, fractured ceramite, and fragmented bone. The Death Lord recoiled, his remaining eye blazing with shock. Pain was meaningless to him, but the audacity of the attack cut deeper than the wound itself. His withered fingers clawed at the remnants of his jaw as warp-tainted flesh began knitting itself back together. Franklin's helm tilted, and though his face was obscured, the smirk in his tone was unmistakable. "Surprised? Sometimes all you need is a good sidearm." The absurdity of it hung in the air, demigods battling with powers capable of annihilating entire star systems, yet Franklin had landed a decisive blow with a sidearm, a weapon of humanity's ingenuity and pragmatism. Fulgrim capitalized on the momentary lull, his 4 blades weaving intricate patterns of death. Mortarion's regeneration accelerated, driven by Nurgle's foul energies. Franklin, undeterred, stepped back into the fray. The ground beneath Franklin's feet bore testament to the ferocity of their clash, cratered and scarred by weapons that could end worlds. His divine form, though battered, remained unbowed as Fulgrim's mocking laughter echoed across the ruined landscape. "This is all you are, Franklin Valorian." The Daemon Primarch's voice dripped with corrupt confidence, his serpentine form coiling through reality itself. "Your legendary will may shield you from corruption, but what of your mortal vessel? We will destroy it, offer your soul to the dark gods, and then we shall see where your incorruptibility leads." Fulgrim's perfect features twisted in triumph. "So what if you can pull asteroids from the sky? We survived, and then what?" Franklin's laughter started low, a rumbling that seemed to emanate from the planet's core itself, before building into a manic cackling that caused even the Daemon Primarchs to pause. "All right, Fulgrim," he said, his skull helm tilting with predatory intent. "I grow tired of trying to kill you with mere skill and swordsmanship. I didn't want to look try-hard and sweaty, but, seeing as how resilient you chaos bitches are." His voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. "Let me show you the chasm between us." With deliberate ceremony, Franklin planted Anaris into the ground before him. The sword's divine flame pulsed in anticipation as he raised his hands toward the heavens. Reality shuddered, and then, broke. Mortarion, ever the tactician, spat a curse at Fulgrim. "Silence, fool! He was formidable enough before you goaded him into this display." The Death Lord's words were punctuated by the need to dodge or cleave through the artillery of Earth being hurled their way. Franklin's power reached skyward, grasping something from the void above. "Fulgrim, you mentioned something about surviving meteors." His skull helm seemed to glow with inner mirth. "How about 5? The heavens split asunder as 5 burning harbingers of destruction punched through the atmosphere. Though smaller than their predecessors, they screamed toward the surface with terrible purpose, their velocity unchanged. With casual poise, Franklin wove Yildari runes into the air, ancient symbols of power that would maintain this bombardment automatically. "I think I'll call it Star Scourge," he mused. "Because it sounds cool." The sky began to rain meteorites. Gripping Anaris once more, Franklin channeled his psychic might through the earth itself. Pillars of magma erupted around the Daemon Primarchs, turning their battlefield into an apocalyptic hellscape. The rain of asteroids continued their relentless assault as Franklin took to the air, his voice building with terrible purpose as he began to chant. "Hear me now, wretched foes of humanity and champions of false divinity." Anaris responded to his words, its crystalline blade blazing with psychic energy until it glowed white-hot, reality itself bending around its edge. I am Franklin Valorian, the Hand of Akin, the Liberator, the Lord of the 11th. The air grew thick with power, each word carrying the weight of divine authority. By the flames of liberty, I unbind the seals of Anaris, the blade of gods, the harbinger of annihilation. The sword's glow intensified, burning away shadows and truth alike. Behold my patron, Akin, the bloody-handed one, the manifestation of murder, war, and destruction, sunderer of the Seatan. Reality trembled as ancient names of power were invoked. By his wrath and my will, I cast thee into eternal oblivion. The very fabric of space-time began to warp around Anaris's blade. Know this truth, and despair, there will be no salvation. There will be no mercy. Against the fires of humanity's unshackled might, your twisted faith and stolen power shall be as ash. Power beyond mortal comprehension gathered around Franklin's form, his divine aspect blazing with the fury of a dying sun. In Akin's name die and be silent. Enel tu Neraj. From the heavens to the void. The universe held its breath for one eternal moment. Then Franklin released everything, all his power, all his divine might, channeled through Anaris in a single, world-ending strike. His warp god form faded, the energy required for such an attack depleting even his tremendous reserves. A beam of pure annihilation, not light, not fire, but something more fundamental erupted from Anaris's point. It struck the surface of Vigil Arus with the force of 1,000 suns, boring through reality itself. The beam punched through the planet's core and emerged from the other side, a spear of judgment that pieced the world itself. Magnus the Red is locked in combat with a twisted reflection of his own potential. The air crackled with psychic energy, reality fracturing around the two masters of the immaterium as they waged war on levels both physical and metaphysical. Then came the chanting. Magnus' singular eye widened as Franklin's words reached across the battlefield, each syllable carrying undertones of power that made the very fabric of space-time shudder in anticipation. Even as he parried a strike from his demonic counterpart, his vast intellect processed the implications of what was about to unfold. The sword in Franklin's grasp blazed with an intensity that threatened to burn holes in reality itself, white-hot energy condensing around its edge in defiance of natural law. In that moment, Magnus' prodigious knowledge of the arcane triggered warnings in his mind that screamed of imminent catastrophe. With characteristic swiftness of thought and action, Magnus executed a complex series of psychic bindings. His corrupted self recognized the danger too late, desperately attempting to break free of the mortal realm before Franklin's attack could manifest. But Magnus had anticipated this, his bindings redirecting his daemon self's every attempt at escape back into the planet's material framework. Simple, Magnus observed with scholarly satisfaction, but quite unbreakable. Before his corrupted reflection could mount another escape attempt, Magnus had already initiated his teleportation, reality bending around him as he translated himself to the valley where the Emperor had established his command presence. The scene that greeted him was surprisingly sparse. Where armies had clashed mere moments before, now only Constantine Valder remained, his Oromite armor reflecting the distant fires of battle like captured starlight. "Where is everyone?" Magnus inquired, his tone carrying the casual curiosity of one god being addressing another. Valder's response was characteristically precise, "Back to the ship. The battle is over." "The Liberty Eagles? The 1,000 Suns? Back to the ship." Magnus' brow furrowed slightly, his vast intellect processing the timing of events. "When did the battle end?" "Just a minute ago," Valder replied with the exactitude expected of the Emperor's first companion. The Emperor voxed the retreat, having anticipated Lord Franklin's. He paused, searching for the appropriate term, antics. A knowing smile crossed Magnus' features. "I see. We should observe from orbit then." The teleportation to the Sweet Liberty's observation deck was instantaneous, reality bending once more to accommodate the translation of beings whose very existence strained the boundaries of physical law. From the grand viewports of Franklin's flagship, Magnus watched as his brother's attack manifested. A pillar of light and flame, more akin to the death of stars than any mortal weapon, bored through the planet Vigil Arus. The display was simultaneously magnificent and excessive, a perfect encapsulation of Franklin's approach to warfare. Magnus allowed himself a moment of scholarly critique as he observed the phenomenon. "I could achieve the same level of planetary devastation much more efficiently," he mused, his tone carrying the weight of academic discussion rather than criticism. "A simple folding of space-time around the planet's core would accomplish the task with far less." He gestured at the continuing light show, spectacle. Yet there was appreciation in his voice as he watched the beam continue its work. Franklin's method might lack the elegant efficiency of Magnus' own approach to planet killing, but it certainly made a statement. In its own way, it was perfectly in character for his brother, overwhelming force combined with theatrical presentation. Though I must admit, Magnus added, his eye reflecting the continuing devastation below, there is something to be said for his approach. Sometimes the message is as important as the method. The beam continued its work, boring through Vigil Arus with implacable purpose, while in orbit, one of the most powerful psychers in existence watched with the detached interest of a scholar observing an interesting but somewhat unorthodox experiment. Such was the nature of relationship amongst the strongest Primarches, where planet-killing attacks could be discussed with the same casualness others might reserve for discussing the weather, and brothers could critique each other's methods of mass destruction as if reviewing academic papers. Franklin was teleported in by sweet liberty. Now he found himself taking a knee on the teleporterium. The vast view screens of the 10,000 kilometer vessel displayed the aftermath of his handiwork, a planet with a perfect hole burned through its core, still glowing with divine fire. Vigil Arus would never be the same, its very existence now a testament to what happened when the 11th Primarch truly unleashed his might. But in Franklin's mind, a presence made itself known, ancient, terrible, and currently somewhat exasperated. Cain's consciousness pressed against his thoughts, the war god's essence manifesting as a burning corona of judgment and barely contained amusement. I find it interesting, the god's voice resonated through Franklin's consciousness, each word carrying echoes of ancient battles and sundered worlds, that you would use a chunk of my divinity to blast 2 daemon Primarches to oblivion along with the planet. The mental projection of the god crossed its arms, somehow managing to convey divine disapproval while maintaining an air of grudging appreciation. This was unnecessary, Cain continued, but it is also so quintessentially you. Franklin's chuckle echoed across the room, drawing curious glances from the mortal crew who could not hear the divine conversation taking place. It's about sending a message, remember. His voice carried both exhaustion and satisfaction, like a performer who had just completed their masterpiece. Cain's response carried the weight of millennia of divine experience. Sending a message, along with rendering your warp god form unusable for this month. The ancient deity's mental projection shook its head, flames dancing around its form. Sometimes I wonder why my chosen champion has such an explosive interpretation of warfare. Oh come on, Franklin protested, finally managing to rise to his feet. His armor, still bearing the scars of battle, creaked with the movement. You have to admit it was impressive. Did you see Fulgrim's face when I started pulling asteroids out of orbit? Classic. I am the god of war and murder, Cain reminded him, though there was an undercurrent of amusement in the divine voice. My chosen champion should perhaps consider subtlety occasionally. There are other ways to win battles besides punching holes through planets. Says the god who literally shattered a Cetan, Franklin countered, making his way to the command throne proper. Besides, subtlety is overrated. When you're fighting daemon Primarches hopped up on chaos steroids, sometimes you need to remind them that they are not the only ones with a god. By destroying perfectly good planets. By showing them that we can hit harder than they can ever imagine. Franklin's voice took on a more serious tone. They think they're so special with their patron gods and their warp powers. Oh. Cain's mental presence radiated curiosity. And what would you say humanity's greatest weapon is besides throwing rocks? And hitting things harder? Escalation. Franklin grinned beneath his helm. We're the species that looked at a rock and thought this would work better if I threw it. Then we invented the sling, the catapult, the cannon, and finally figured out how to drop rocks from orbit. We don't just adapt, we take whatever works and make it work better, just to impose more casualties on the other side. The war god was silent for a moment, considering. And this justified using my power to create a planet-piercing beam of annihilation. Would you have preferred I used interpretive dance to defeat them? A sound like clashing armies filled Franklin's mind, Cain's version of a laugh. You are impossible, Primarch. Though I suppose there is a certain elegance to your methods. Crude, overwhelming, but effective. High praise from the god of murder himself, Franklin quipped, finally settling into the command throne. Though I notice you're not actually saying I was wrong. You pierced a planet to kill 2 enemies, Cain observed dryly. 2 daemon Primarches, Franklin corrected. And technically, I pierced the planet after pulling multiple asteroids from orbit and creating an automatic asteroid throwing system that I named Starscourge because it sounded cool. Ah yes, how could I forget the asteroid rain? Truly, the pinnacle of martial sophistication. says the god who literally has bloody-handed as part of his title. The mental projection of Cain seemed to sigh, though the flames around its form danced with something approaching pride. You are fortunate, Franklin, not many could kill you in this galaxy. Though perhaps next time. If you're about to suggest a more subtle approach, may I remind you of that time you fought Slaanesh? Point taken, the god conceded. Though you will be spending the next month without access to your warp god form. I trust you can manage to avoid any more planet-destroying exhibitions during that time. Franklin's helmet tilted thoughtfully. Well, that depends. Does dropping a moon on something count as planet-destroying? The sensation of divine exasperation flooded Franklin's mind. Sometimes I wonder if I chose my champion wisely. Too late to change your mind now, Franklin said cheerfully. Besides, admit it, you enjoy the spectacle as much as I do. I am an ancient god of war and destruction, Cain replied with all the dignity he could muster. I do not enjoy spectacle. Says the god who literally manifests as a giant statue of burning metal before battle. There was a pause, and then something like resigned amusement colored Cain's mental voice. Rest, champion. You have earned it, even if your methods give me pause. But remember a few months without your divine form. Try not to start any wars that require piercing planets during that time. No promises, Franklin replied, settling back in his throne. But I'll try to keep the collateral damage to a minimum. Maybe just a continent or two. The war god's presence began to fade, but not before Franklin caught a final thought. Why couldn't I have chosen a champion who appreciated the subtle art of regular battlefield murder? Franklin's laughter echoed through the bridge of the Sweet Liberty, leaving his mortal crew to wonder what cosmic joke their Primarch found so amusing. Above them, the screens continued to display Vigil Arus, who was slowly becoming debris, its new hull still glowing with divine fire, a testament to what happened when subtlety was discarded in favor of pure, overwhelming force. Chapter 151, Vacation and a New Primarch. The golden halls of the Imperial Palace stretched endlessly, their magnificent architecture a testament to humanity's renewed glory. Within one of its more private chambers, two figures stood before a massive hololithic display showing the expanse of the growing Imperium. The Emperor, his radiant form barely contained by mortal perception, studied the countless points of light representing conquered worlds. Beside him, Malkador the Sigil Light leaned on his staff, his aged features illuminated by the cosmic cartography before them. 500,000 worlds, my friend, Malkador began, his voice carrying the weight of both triumph and concern. The Great Crusade proceeds at a pace even we didn't anticipate. The Independence sector alone has integrated 50,000 worlds into their administration. The Emperor's face showed a hint of pride at the mention of Franklin's realm. Franklin has proven quite efficient at expansion and integration. Though I suspect having future knowledge helps somewhat with avoiding potential pitfalls. Malkador chuckled. Indeed. Speaking of efficiency, my lord, we need to discuss the administratum. They're drowning in parchment and ink, trying to manage this vast empire with quill and scroll. It's becoming problematic. How so? The Emperor turned his gaze to his oldest friend, though his mind never truly stopped restructuring the impossible city through the reality engine. The current system simply cannot scale, Malkador explained, waving his hand through the hologram to highlight several sectors. We're seeing increasing delays in resource allocation, miscommunications between sectors, and data loss. Franklin's been complaining quite colorfully, I might add, about the administratum constantly misplacing or misrecording the Independence sector's production numbers, and I quote, he's complained, and I quote, these idiots keep confusing billions with millions. Franklin has never been one for bureaucratic inefficiency, the Emperor mused, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. What solutions do you propose? Malkador straightened, his eyes gleaming with purpose. We should consider implementing what Franklin has been advocating, base artificial intelligence systems for data management. Before you raise your concerns, he added quickly, seeing the Emperor's expression shift, I'm not suggesting anything close to the Men of Iron. These would be simple calculating machines, no more capable of rebellion than a well-designed abacus. The Emperor's brow furrowed. Elaborate. During the humanity's golden age, we had programs Gigahard Excel and its ilk that could process terabytes of data in milliseconds. Simple, predictable machines with no consciousness, no ability to evolve beyond their programming. Just very, very fast calculators. And data banks. Malkador gestured to a small device on a nearby table, about the size of his palm. Franklin's provided examples from his sector. They've been using them for years without incident. And you believe these would solve our administrative problems? They would certainly help. The administratum is buckling under the weight of managing 500,000 worlds. With these devices, we could process supply requisitions, population censuses, and resource distributions in a fraction of the time, with far fewer errors. The Emperor moved to examine the device Malkador had indicated. What of the Mechanicum? They hold strong views about such technology. A knowing smile crossed Malkador's face. That's where Belisarius comes in. As the soon-to-be Fabricator General, he's shown remarkable flexibility in his interpretation of the machine cult's doctrine. If we provide Mars with the SDCs for these calculators, it would help secure their cooperation in other matters. Call, the Emperor mused. Yes, his appointment will bring significant changes to Mars. You believe he would support this initiative? He's already expressed interest in the examples from the independence sector. More importantly, he understands the practical necessity. The Imperium cannot function efficiently if we're relying on manual calculation and physical documentation for everything. The Emperor was silent for a moment, his mind weighing countless possibilities. These devices, you are certain they cannot develop beyond their programming? The risks of artificial intelligence are well known to us both, Malkador interjected gently. These are not thinking machines, my lord. They're tools, no more capable of rebellion than a sword or a bolter. Their programming is fixed, their functions limited to mathematical calculations and data organization. Show me, the Emperor commanded. Malkador activated the palm-sized device, and a holographic display sprang to life between them. Observe. This unit contains production data from 3 sectors over the past 5 years. Watch how quickly it can sort, analyze, and present the information. The display flickered as the device processed millions of data points in seconds, organizing them into clear, comprehensible patterns. The Emperor watched intently as years of administrative work was completed in moments. Impressive, he acknowledged. And this would free our human administrators to focus on actual governance rather than mere calculation. Exactly, Malkador nodded. The administratum would still make the decisions, but they'd have accurate, organized data to base those decisions on. No more lost records, no more misplaced decimal points, no more delays because someone spilled ink on crucial documents. The Emperor's lips quirked in amusement. I assume Franklin was quite vocal about those incidents. Oh, the stories I could tell, Malkador chuckled. Did you know he once sent an entire shipping container of rubber stamps to the administratum's head office? Each one read, please double-check your math. That does sound like him, the Emperor shook his head, fondness evident in his voice. Very well, old friend. Draft a proposal for implementing these calculation devices. Work with call on the technical specifications and security measures. We'll begin with a trial run in several key sectors. And the independence sector's expansion? Malkador inquired, returning to their earlier topic. Let them continue as they have been, the Emperor decided. Franklin's methods may be unconventional, but they're effective. The knowledge his son brought from that other timeline, it's proving invaluable. The Webway project alone is years ahead of schedule thanks to the information from the Black Library. Speaking of the Webway, Malkador's voice turned thoughtful, the cooperation we're receiving from certain Ildari factions is unprecedented. Franklin's connection to Cain seems to have opened doors we never expected. The question remains, Malkador said carefully, of how we handle the integration of such vast territories. Even with these calculation devices, governing 500,000 worlds and growing is no small task. We'll adapt, the Emperor stated firmly. The Imperium must be flexible enough to grow, yet structured enough to endure. These administrative reforms you propose are a good start. Work with Franklin and call on implementation, but keep a close eye on any potential risks. Of course, my lord. And what of the other Primarches? Some may see the independence sector's autonomy and technological advancement as preferential treatment. The Emperor's expression hardened slightly. They would do well to remember that Franklin's cooperation and contribution to the Imperium comes with certain necessities. The independence sector's production capabilities alone justify its special status. Let them focus on their own duties rather than coveting their brother's responsibilities. As you say, Malkador nodded, making a mental note to monitor any brewing tensions. Shall I begin drafting the reforms immediately? Yes. And Malkador? The Emperor turned to face his oldest friend fully. Thank you. Your counsel, as always, proves invaluable. That's what friends are for, the sigil light replied with a slight smile, already planning his next meeting with Call. As he turned to leave, he couldn't help but reflect on how different things were from that other timeline Franklin had described. Perhaps, just perhaps, they were building something that would truly last this time. The Emperor watched him go, his mind already processing countless possible futures. The introduction of these calculation devices would change the Imperium in ways both subtle and profound. But then, change was inevitable. The key was ensuring it served humanity's ascension rather than its downfall. In the stratagem of the Sweet Liberty, 4 of the Emperor's finest sons gathered around a massive hololithic table displaying the remnants of recently crushed orc empires. The room's advanced technology painted their faces in an eerie green glow as they studied the tactical overlays. Franklin Valorian cleared his throat dramatically. So, my dear brothers, we find ourselves faced with an unusual phenomenon, orc empires popping up like mushrooms after rain, led by surprisingly competent meat boy war bosses. Magnus the Red adjusted his scholarly robes, his single eye gleaming with intellectual interest. Indeed. Their technological advancement rate is concerning. Though technological might be giving their ramshackle contraptions too much credit. They work, Rogel Dorn stated with his characteristic bluntness. That is sufficient for the greenskins. Robert Gillimon gestured to a particular cluster of defeated orc strongholds. The pattern is undeniable. These Meat Boy war bosses are displaying a level of strategic coordination that goes beyond typical orcish behavior. Franklin coughed awkwardly, knowing exactly why the orcs were evolving but choosing to keep that particular tidbit of future knowledge to himself. Yet, funny how that works. Magnus raised an eyebrow at Franklin's obvious deflection but continued, I have a proposition. We could theoretically influence their development by selectively eliminating the more technologically inclined war bosses. Guide their evolution, if you will. Explain. Dorn's voice echoed with interest. Well, Magnus gestured, creating a small psychic display, if we prioritize the elimination of Meat Boy war bosses while allowing the more, shall we say, traditionally minded war bosses to survive, we could potentially shift their species toward a preference for melee combat. You mean make them dumber? Franklin grinned. I prefer the term specialized in close combat tactics, Magnus replied primly. Gilliman's eyes lit up with understanding. Brilliant. By controlling which strains survive, we guide their development toward a more manageable threat. Less shooting, more chopping. Choppas are easier to wall against than shouldas, Dorn nodded approvingly. I support this plan. Great. Franklin clapped his hands together. Let's get this to father. Here's the data slate with all the details. He pushed it toward his brothers. The other 3 Primarches stared at him. What? You take it, they said in unison. Franklin blinked. Why me? You are father's problem solver, Dorn stated matter-of-factly. His little fixer, Gillimon added with a slight smirk. His favorite bureaucrat besides Malkador, Magnus finished, his eye twinkling with amusement. Franklin slumped in his chair. I hate all of you. No, you don't, Magnus chuckled. Besides, our Legion's handling of the Chaos Xenos situation we handled last month. Speaking of which, Dorn interjected, I require more information about these Chaos Xenos you encountered. Their ability to bypass my fortifications is concerning. Franklin and Magnus exchanged a quick glance. Yes, they, Xenos, Franklin said carefully. Nasty bunch. Very, alien. Extremely alien, Magnus added, matching Franklin's tone. Nothing like anything we've seen before. Certainly not related to any other known threats. Gillimon was already scribbling notes. Fascinating. Their tactical patterns suggest a level of strategic thinking that could pose significant challenges. We'll need to adjust our defensive protocols accordingly. I shall design new walls, Dorn declared. These Chaos Xenos will not bypass my fortifications again. Franklin struggled to keep a straight face. That's exactly what we need, brother. Strong walls. For the Xenos. The very alien Xenos. Who are definitely not something else, Magnus added helpfully. Right. Franklin stood quickly. Well, this has been productive. I'll just take this data slate to father and... Before you go, Gillimon interrupted, while you're speaking with father. Franklin sighed. What do you need? Additional trade routes would be beneficial, Gillimon began. And perhaps some diplomatic considerations for Ultramar. I require more construction materials, Dorn stated. For the walls against the cow's Xenos. And I was hoping, Magnus added innocently, that father might share more of his knowledge about the Empyrean's concepts. Franklin looked at his brothers incredulously. Are you seriously using me as a messenger boy? You are the Emperor's favorite, Dorn stated bluntly. His confidant, Guilliman added. His most trusted Primarch, Magnus smiled. I'm starting to think helping cure the flesh change was a mistake, Franklin muttered. Too late now, brother, Magnus grinned. You're stuck with us. Fine, Franklin grabbed the data slate. But next time we need someone to explain to father why an entire sector's worth of administratum clerks received rubber stamps that say learn to count. One of you is doing it. That was you. Dorn's eyes widened slightly. I have no idea what you're talking about, Franklin said innocently, heading for the door. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to go convince father to approve an anti-orc evolutionary program and increased funding for definitely not chaos-related fortifications. Don't forget my trade routes. Guilliman called after him. And my materials. And the metaphysical knowledge. Franklin's voice echoed back, I hate all of you. No, you don't, Dorn called back. He really doesn't, Magnus chuckled. The Imperial Palace's grand ceremonial hall gleamed with a warmth that seemed to emanate from more than just its gold-laden walls. Natural light streamed through vast crystal windows, casting the assembled demigods in an almost ethereal glow. The Emperor, resplendent in formal regalia that somehow managed to be both understated and magnificent, stood at the center of the gathering. His presence, while still overwhelming to mortals, was carefully modulated to allow his sons to stand comfortably in his presence. A little to the left, Angren, Franklin called out, directing his brother with the expertise of someone who had organized far too many family photos. Fulgrim, your hair is perfect, stop fidgeting. Lemon, try to look noble for 5 seconds, please. I always look noble, ya meddlesome showman, Lemon growled good-naturedly, though he did straighten his formal wolfskin cloak. The Emperor's lips quirked in amusement as his sons arranged themselves. On his left stood Horus, the Primarch of the Luna Wolves in his formal white and gold attire, followed by Angren in a surprisingly well-fitted formal uniform of deep blue and ashen white. The absence of the butcher's nails had transformed the once rage-filled Primarch into a stern but composed warrior. Next to him, Fulgrim practically glowed in his purple and gold raiment, while Ferrus Manus managed to make even his formal wear look functional, the silvered hands of his arms contrasting sharply with the dark material of his clothing. Fukin, massive even among his brothers, wore formal robes in deep green with gold flame patterns that seemed to dance in the light. On the Emperor's right, Franklin stood proudly in his Liberty-themed formal attire, a tailored navy blue suit with crisp red gloves and polished red shoes. A star-spangled necktie added a bold flair, while a subtle eagle motif embroidered on the lapels completed the ensemble. Next to him, Lemon continued his silent war with his collar, while Robot maintained perfect posture in his ultramarines blue formal attire. Dorn stood stoic in imperial yellow, and Magnus cut an impressive figure in his crimson robes, adorned with subtle scholarly symbols. Remember, Franklin announced, we're going for a unified imperial family here. Try to look like we're not constantly arguing about everything. We do not argue about everything, Dorn stated. We're arguing about arguing right now, Magnus pointed out. That is not correct. I am merely stating a fact. The Emperor's psychic voice echoed in their minds, tinged with amusement. My sons, please. The Remembrancer servitors began their work, flashbulbs illuminating the scene. Franklin, ever the director, called out adjustments. Fulgrim, slightly left perfect. Ferrus, try to look less like you're planning to punch the camera. Angren, excellent neutral expression, brother. Several flashes later, Franklin clapped his hands. Excellent. That's our family portrait done, and some propaganda pics for the Imperium. Great job, everyone. The formal photography session concluded, the brothers began to disperse around the hall's adjacent garden terrace. Franklin, who had somehow produced an apron reading Best Barbecue Primarch from somewhere, was already firing up an enormous grill that looked like it had been designed by the Independence sector's finest engineers. I still can't believe father approved this, Robot said, approaching Franklin as the latter began laying out various cuts of meat. Franklin chuckled, expertly seasoning what appeared to be a steak the size of a rhino's armor plate. We're ahead of schedule, brother. 500,000 worlds and counting. Even the master of mankind understands the value of R&R. Besides, he lowered his voice conspiratorially, I think he enjoys seeing all of us together without someone starting a war. Nearby, Fulgrim and Ferris had fallen into their usual debate about aesthetics versus function. But imagine if you just added some decorative elements to the servo harness, Fulgrim was saying, gesturing enthusiastically. Nothing excessive, just some subtle filigree. The purpose of a servo harness is utility, brother, Ferris replied with the patience of someone who'd had this exact conversation 100 times before. It doesn't need to be pretty. Everything needs to be pretty. On the other side of the terrace, Fukin and Angren were deep in discussion about Legion traditions. The Brotherhood rituals of the Warhounds have great potential, Fukin was saying warmly. Perhaps we could arrange some joint exercises. My sons could benefit from your perspective on warrior craftsman traditions, Angren nodded, in thoughtful consideration. The discipline might help channel their aggression more productively. Meanwhile, Lemon and Magnus had somehow already managed to start their usual scholarly dispute. I'm merely saying, Magnus insisted, that your rune priests are clearly utilizing warp energies. They're using the power of Fenris itself, one-eyed scroll counter. That's literally impossible and you know it. Horus and Dorn observed their brothers' various discussions with matching expressions of resigned amusement. At least they're not actually fighting this time, Horus noted. The last time cost us 3 walls, Dorn remembered. I had to rebuild them all. Robert approached, having changed into more comfortable attire. Brother, about father's approval of these informal gatherings. Franklin chuckled, flipping what looked suspiciously like a grok steak. Relax, Robert. We're ahead of schedule. 500,000 worlds found and integrated. A week-long vacation while our sons lead the crusade? We've earned it. But the formality protocols were written by people who never had to manage an empire of 500,000 worlds, Franklin interrupted, handing Robert a plate. Here, try this. Special marinade from Nova Libertas. The Emperor watched his sons from a comfortable distance, a subtle smile playing at his lips. Custodians stood nearby. Horus and Dorn watched this exchange with varying degrees of amusement while discussing fortification patterns for newly compliant worlds. The smell of cooking meat began to fill the air as Franklin worked his culinary magic on the grill. The Emperor, having taken a seat that somehow managed to be both casual and regal, observed his sons with poorly concealed satisfaction. Food's almost ready. Franklin called out. Lemon, stop trying to steal pieces before they're done. Yes, I can see you sneaking over there. Magnus, stop encouraging him by psychically moving the tongs away. I would never, Magnus said with exaggerated innocence, while definitely moving the tongs again. Fortify the grill, Dorn suggested seriously. Don't you dare, Franklin pointed his spatula at Dorn threateningly. The last time you fortified my grill, it took Call 3 weeks to figure out how to open it again. Robert, ever the organizer, had somehow produced a data slate and was creating a schedule for serving order. If we optimize the distribution pattern. Put that away, Franklin snatched the data slate. This is a barbecue, not a military campaign. Though if it were, he added with a grin, I'd still be in charge. Best barbecue Primarch, remember. The apron proves nothing, Fulgrim sniffed, though he was eyeing the grilling meat with obvious interest. The empirical evidence of previous gatherings supports Franklin's claim, Ferris pointed out pragmatically. Ha! Franklin pointed his spatula triumphantly at Fulgrim. See? Even the function over form brother acknowledges my supremacy in this domain. The Emperor watched as his sons fell into comfortable banter, the weight of empire temporarily lifted from their shoulders. These moments, he knew, were as important as any military victory. They were building bonds that would help prevent that dark future he and Franklin is trying to prevent. Father. Franklin's voice interrupted his thoughts. Your usual? Medium rare with that special sauce you like. Perfect, he replied, allowing a truly paternal smile to show. For just this moment, he wasn't the master of mankind or the being of immense power that had guided humanity for millennia. He was simply a father, watching his sons enjoy each other's company. The afternoon stretched on, filled with laughter, arguments, impromptu contests. Somehow Lemon and Magnus had started a competition about who could flip burgers better, psychically or manually, and the kind of familial chaos that only superhuman demigods could generate. Lemon, I swear by Father's golden throne, if you try to steal one more piece before it's ready. After all, sometimes the best way to help your sons save the galaxy was to keep them busy with family portraits and barbecue. And if anyone noticed that Franklin seemed to check his data slate a bit too often, well, they just assumed he was monitoring the cooking temperatures. Just another day in the life of the imperial family. The Imperator Somnium hung in the void a few thousand astronomical units away from Baal, its golden hull reflecting the harsh light of the system's star. Through the vessel's crystal-clear viewing port, a death world painted in shades of red and brown rotated slowly beneath them, its twin moons casting shifting shadows across the radiation-scarred surface. Franklin Valorian stood beside his father, both figures cast in the ruddy light of Baal's sun. The Primarch's usually jovial expression had given way to something more contemplative as he studied the harsh world below. "What a shithole," Franklin remarked, though there was no real venom in his voice. "We should begin terraforming operations once we find Sanguinius." The radiation levels alone. The Emperor's presence filled the chamber, not overwhelming but comforting, like the warmth of a sun on a cool day. His golden eyes studied not the planet below, but his son's face, reading the calculations and plans already forming behind Franklin's eyes. The process would take a few years, the Emperor noted, even with the Independence sector's technology. "Worth it," Franklin replied without hesitation. "This world shapes the Blood Angels in ways that..." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "Well, let's just say a less hostile environment might help with certain issues down the line." The Emperor turned fully to face his son now. "Speaking of which, have you found it? The cure for the red thirst?" Franklin shook his head, frustration evident in the set of his shoulders. "Not yet. It's similar to Magnus' son's flesh change in some ways, but also fundamentally different. I'll need to examine Sanguinius's DNA directly, and more importantly, his soul or souls." He gestured at the data slate in his hand. "The theoretical models suggest it's tied to both, just like the flesh change was, but the exact mechanism..." The Emperor placed a hand on Franklin's shoulder, the gesture carrying both reassurance and expectation. "Keep at it, son. I trust your input on this. Do not fail me." A chuckle escaped Franklin's lips, some of his usual humor returning. "When have I ever failed you, father?" The Emperor's expression softened slightly, though few would have noticed the change. "Never. Which is precisely why I trust you with this. The red thirst, it could become a significant problem if left unchecked." As father and son began discussing the technical details of transforming Baal, the death world continued its slow rotation below them, unaware that its days as a radiation-scarred wasteland were numbered. Soon, a new chapter would begin both for the planet and for the brother they had yet to find. And if Franklin was already planning how to explain to Sanguinius why his home world needed a complete environmental overhaul, well, he had plenty of practice delivering difficult news to his brothers by now. After all, that's what family was for. Chapter 152, The Angel and the Eagle. 843.30 m. Sanguinius had never seen a spaceship before, not outside the fractal impressions of them that sailed in his waking dreams. This one, sitting on the desert plain with its golden armor baking in the sun, had the suggestion of vulturishness. It was a thing of power and efficiency, blunt and brutal. Fire made it fly, not any notion of grace. Clusters of figures surrounded the vessel's immense landing claws, their golden armor gleaming with the same radiant intensity as the ship itself. Every inch of that plating bore the mark of painstaking craftsmanship. Among them stood others in star-studded navy blue, no less imposing despite their subtler presentation. And then there was the largest of them, a figure like Sanguinius himself. "A brother? My father's guardians," Sanguinius thought. And what a thought it was, not only that a being such as his father required guardians, but that he had a father at all. All the years of wondering at his own heritage, devoid of insight into his origins, and here, at last, was the truth, standing in the shadow of a vessel from the void. He leaned into the desert wind, stretching his muscles and rising on a thermal of bitter breeze. The temptation was there, like it always was, to soar, to break free of the ground and his responsibilities, taking to the sky and seeking distant lands where the secrets of old wars lay buried. Today that urge was both stronger and weaker. His heart was ill at ease with what this meeting would mean, but nevertheless, he burned to know what lay ahead. He arced groundward, landing lightly with a scuff of his boots across the earth and a final furling of his wings. Dust swirled around his shins as he stepped forward. The golden figures carried weapons, a panoply of axes and spears and high-caliber firearms. Sanguinius carried only his sword, undrawn, riding low on his hip. "Welcome to Balefora, Outlanders." He spoke in Okayan, the tongue of his people, the pure. He wondered if the Outlanders would understand him, or whether they would be forced to rely on hand gestures and awkward mimicry. "My son," said one of the golden ones, somehow speaking it silently. He felt his father's voice for the first time as one of his own thoughts, a sensation rather than speech, backed by a tremendous feeling of suppressed force. The golden man, if he was a man that sent the contact, seemed to be making significant efforts to restrain himself, or to contain the power within himself. There was more there, though. My son rhymed with my weapon and rhymed with the ninth and rhymed with other concepts that Sanguinius couldn't parse from the core of the man's meaning. A lifetime of perspective was bound up in that contact, and Sanguinius sensed only the gulf between his father's silent words and the meaning behind them. But he felt no threat in the touch of mind upon mind. Confidence, impatience, love, caution. Approximations of those, where words couldn't quite convey the actuality. It was all in there. The man, and he did seem like a man, dark of skin and hair, smelling of metal and sweat, in possession of a heartbeat, walked closer. I am the Emperor, the man said as he stepped out from the spacecraft's shadow. And I am your father. Father, the man had said, the word rhyming in silence with master, with shaper, with creator. Sanguinius met the Emperor's eyes. What he saw there, glinting in the light of his father's gaze, was the answer to a question he'd never even considered. This being, this Emperor was human. But he was not, exactly, a man. I see the light of many souls in your eyes. Many men. Many women. The Emperor smiled. Is that what you see? He spoke flawless in Akin, but that perfection was itself a flaw. He spoke the tongue with the same dialect and inflection as Sanguinius himself. Either the Emperor was pulling the meaning from the angel's mind or imprinting meaning upon it. Whichever was true, he wasn't really speaking the language at all. Nor was Sanguinius entirely certain he could see the man's mouth move. I have sought you for many years, said the Emperor. And behind those words, Sanguinius sensed the cheering of crowds and the burning of worlds. His blood ran cold in the desert heat. I've seen shades of this meeting many times in my dreams, Sanguinius confessed. A heavier gust blew from the east. He instinctively lifted a wing to shield himself from the gritty air. The Emperor's eyes followed the movement. He began to circle Sanguinius in a slow walk, one gauntlet hand reaching out, fingertips running down the angel's feathers. Sanguinius' pale gaze tracked his circling father, but his wings rippled with discomfort each time the Emperor moved behind him, out of sight. You are uneasy, said the Emperor. That is natural, my son. I have come not only to liberate you from exile, but to ease your heart and mind with all you need to know. Sanguinius felt a lifetime of questions trapped on his tongue. There was one, however, that was always going to break free first. One question above all others had plagued him and haunted his people, since the tribe of pure blood had discovered him in the wild lands. They worshipped him for his strength and beneficence, but they feared him for the question that now lay unspoken between father and son. Ask, said the Emperor. Ask the question I sense lying upon your tongue. The angel pulled back from his father, not furling his wings but spreading them. With sudden passion, he beat a fist against the animal hide of his breastplate. A lone feather, swan-white, drifted in an arcing dance down to the dusty earth. What am I? You are my son, said the Emperor. And, again, meanings and concepts danced beneath those words. You are my son was overlaid by you are a Primarch, and you are my ninth general, and you are a component of the great work, and you were stolen by the enemy, and most unsettling of all, you may have been changed by them. I don't know what you mean. You will, the Emperor assured him. You are the death of faith, Sanguinius replied. That I know. The Emperor regarded him before speaking. Yes, his father agreed, and also, no. How do you know of such things? I told you, I have dreamed of this day. Fragments. Shadows. Suggestions. Sometimes they come to me, fierce with emotion yet raked clean of detail. Faith is a weapon, said the Emperor. A weapon that the species cannot be trusted to wield. My people revere me as their god, Sanguinius replied. That brings them a measure of peace. No doubt to you and your sky-sailing kind, we are nothing but primitives. Roaches in this poisoned desert. But I reward their faith in me. I am their servant. I am mercy when my people need it most, and I am death to their enemies. That does not make you a god, my son. I never said I was a god. I said my people believe me to be one. Sanguinius stared into his father's inhuman, too human eyes. My people, the pure, are to be left in peace. Whatever packs you and I swear this day, my inviolate condition is this: no ship will enter Balfora's heavens without my mandate, and no interference will be permitted to the clans of pure blood without my permission. We have carved out the solace of peace here, together. You will not threaten it, father." The emperor nodded, not in agreement, but in sudden understanding. "That is why you fear me, is it not? You fear the endangerment of what you have achieved here." "I speak of loyalty and love," the angel said gently. "And you speak of achievement. Am I wrong?" asked the emperor. "I fear for the lives of my people, who deserve only peace. A peace we have fought so hard for." "Behind your words, I hear the triumph of cultures that see you as their savior. But I also hear the razing of cities and the burning of worlds. I hear the dirges of faiths now forbidden, and the mourning of those nations that followed them. Am I wrong?" The emperor said nothing. Later, many times over the decades to come, Sanguinius would think back on those words. For all the purity of the emperor's intent, there were so many compromises. Faith could not be tolerated, except for when it could. Religions were drowned in the ashes of defiant worlds, except when their usefulness aligned with the great work. The emperor needed the Martian mechanicum, and he allowed them to worship him as the Omnissiah, the incarnated avatar of the machine god. Perhaps necessity carves holes in everyone's principles, human and god alike. Once more Sanguinius heard the adulations of crowds in bright sunlight, and the cries of populations on burning worlds. He asked then what no other Primarch had given voice to. Even Angron, upon his discovery, would act without asking the question Sanguinius now asked. "What if I refuse?" The emperor seemed to weigh this. "You will not refuse. I know your soul. Here, you've saved tens of thousands of lives. With me, you will save billions of lives on millions of worlds. You will save the life of every human yet to be born. That is not something you could turn your back on." They stared into each other's eyes, father and son, creator and created. Neither argued against the truth of the emperor's words. "I want something from you. I want your oath." The emperor was silent, allowing his son to continue. "Do you swear, on whatever oaths hold value to you, that you will leave the clans of pure blood in peace? Untouched by your designs unless they desire otherwise. Free to exist as they already exist, believing whatever they choose to believe." The emperor hesitated. Sanguinius saw the calculation in his father's eyes, and he wondered, is he taken aback by the love I bear for my people, or is he merely considering alternate avenues around this obstacle in his great work? The emperor finally spoke. "You have my promise." Sanguinius closed his wings. "Then let us speak of the future, father." And so, they did. "And now, my son," the emperor's voice broke the stillness, carrying the quiet thunder of ages. "You will meet one of your brothers." The word brother resonated deeply within Sanguinius, echoing through the halls of his memories, stirring thoughts of the family he had longed for in the isolation of Baal. The realization was bittersweet. He had spent countless years alone, battling the harsh world and himself, imagining what it would be like to finally meet his kin. He had dreamed of brothers in the purest sense, comrades who would share in the burden of their shared blood. And now, that dream was about to take shape before him. From the distance, a figure approached. At first glance, Franklin Valorian seemed deceptively ordinary. His broad shoulders, framed in practical regalia that held an air of imperial splendor, carried a presence that made the very desert seem to shift under his feet. Brown hair tossed in the wind, and eyes that held the depth of ancient wisdom and the warmth of understanding watched Sanguinius steadily. A half smile, more knowing than amused, rested on his lips, as if he were privy to a joke no one else could yet comprehend. But Franklin was more than the man before him, as Sanguinius's perception expanded beyond mortal bounds. For a fleeting heartbeat, a bloody-handed god stood before him, wreathed in a terrible, crimson glory. In one hand, the god gripped a weapon forged from the light of dying stars, its edges soaked in the blood of conquest. Worlds crumbled and foes perished in the shadow of this deity's wrath. Yet, even in this horrifying majesty, the god smirked at Sanguinius, an unsettling amusement dancing in its gaze, as though it delighted in being seen. The vision shifted, folding into something more mercurial. Sanguinius now beheld a laughing god, its expression lit with uncanny mirth. The god's laughter was sharp and knowing, its movements as unpredictable as the reflections of light on water. Sanguinius stared into the being's kaleidoscopic form, and it honked back a sound at once absurd and profound. The god offered Sanguinius a slight bow, its grin widening, as though inviting him to appreciate the cosmic absurdity of existence. Then the vision expanded, deepened, and grew weightier. The ultimate manifestation of humanity's manifest destiny emerged, vast and overwhelming. Sanguinius saw a conqueror whose confidence radiated with such intensity that it seemed to bend reality itself, blazing with humanity's boundless ambition and their unshakable claim to the stars. And finally, binding them all together, Sanguinius saw an eagle monumental, majestic, and resplendent. Its wings spread wide, casting a shadow of freedom that stretched across the galaxy. The eagle's talons gripped chains of tyranny, tearing them apart with savage elegance. Its piercing cry echoed in Sanguinius's mind, a clarion call that heralded liberty, victory, and unyielding hope for all who dared to dream. The visions layered, merging into one another until they became indistinguishable. Each was a part of the whole, and together they formed Franklin Valorian. As Franklin drew closer, his smirk widening just enough to suggest he was fully aware of what had transpired, Sanguinius could not help but compare him to the Emperor. The realization was a nagging truth that refused to be ignored: this brother was the closest thing to their father he had ever encountered. It was as though the Emperor's light had found another vessel, not a copy, but a reflection refracted through a different lens. Franklin carried the same cosmic weight, the same unyielding purpose, yet he was tempered by something the Emperor lacked: a warmth. "Welcome to the family, brother. I hope you like barbecue." As Franklin approached his newfound brother across Baal's crimson sands, he felt Cain's presence stir within his mind. The god of war's consciousness emerged like heat shimmer off a blade, his thoughts interweaving with Franklin's own. "So," Cain's voice resonated with ancient memory, "this is where that challenger of mine fell." Franklin's mental response carried his characteristic blend of curiosity and irreverence. "Challenger? You have challengers." The god's laughter echoed through Franklin's consciousness, a sound like clashing armies and breaking shields. "The Ildari Pantheon stood for 65 million years, Franklin. Did you think we spent all that time sitting on golden thrones and writing poetry? We crushed numerous challengers during our reign. It wasn't all rainbows and sunshine, as you well know." Yes, I know the history." Franklin's thoughts carried a hint of amused exasperation. "But who exactly is stupid enough to challenge the god of war? That seems like a particularly poor life choice." "Many," Cain's response held dark mirth, "and all of them died, as you might expect. But this one..." The god's presence shifted, like a warrior adjusting his stance before telling a tale of significant battle. "This challenger was powerful even by the standards of gods. If not for me, perhaps only Asurion himself could have brought it down." Franklin felt Cain's pride in the memory, mixed with something else: respect, perhaps, for a worthy opponent. The god continued, "I cleaved it in half with Anaris, a strike so perfect it split not just flesh but essence. One half became a being of light, the other of darkness. But now..." Through their shared perception, they both observed Sanguinius, the angel of Baal, whose soul shone with a familiar radiance. "Now I see those halves have become one again. The minor warp god that dwells within your brother is that ancient challenger, reborn and remade." "Wait," Franklin's thoughts sharpened with sudden interest. "Are you telling me that Sanguinius has an uber power warp god inside him? One that you personally bisected? More accurately, he is the god, or rather, what became of it after my victory. The Emperor's creation of the Primarches provided an unexpected vessel for its reincarnation." "Fascinating, really. In all eons of battle, I've never seen anything quite like it." Franklin's mental smile carried a hint of irony. "And here I thought family reunions couldn't get more complicated. Should I be concerned?" "No," Cain's response was surprisingly definitive. "What dwells within him now is fundamentally changed from what I faced. The Emperor's work and human soul have remade it into something new. Something that might, in time, prove to be exactly what humanity needs." "Along with a healthy dose of liberty and occasional barbecue," Franklin added, earning what felt like an exasperated sigh from the god of war. "You never take anything entirely seriously, do you? Says the god who's letting me wear his sword like some cosmic fashion accessory." The desert winds of Baal whispered around them as Franklin and Sanguinius clasped hands in greeting. The contact was firm, assured the grip of demigods acknowledging each other's strength while carefully restraining it. In that brief moment of contact, both brothers assessed each other with transhuman senses far beyond mortal ken. Sanguinius's gaze drifted, almost imperceptibly, to Franklin's broad shoulders, a small, habitual motion that only another Primarch could have noticed. A small, searching glance, the kind forged by years of solitude and the painful awareness of being the one different among the already unique. His wings fluttered slightly, the magnificent white feathers catching the twin sons of Baal, shining bright against the red desert. Franklin caught that glance, understanding immediately the weight of isolation behind it. He had seen the future that awaited his angelic brother, the burden of being unique even among the unique, set apart by his wings even from his fellow Primarches. A small smile played across Franklin's face as an idea formed. With a thought, Franklin revealed his own gift. The air shimmered with potential energy as wings of steel manifested from his back, spreading wide in the desert sun. They were not the soft, feathered pinions of Sanguinius, but rather deadly works of art, each feather a blade of impossibly sharp metal that could slice through ceramite as easily as paper. The wings caught the sunlight and scattered it in prismatic patterns across the sand, a display both beautiful and lethal. Sanguinius stood transfixed, his usual eloquence deserting him. His own wings spread unconsciously in response, white feathers contrasting with Franklin's metallic ones. For a moment, the only sound was the soft whisper of wind through feather and steel. "This way you won't feel alone," Franklin said softly, his usual smirk softening into something more genuine. "I have wings too, you know. The wings of an eagle." The simple statement carried layers of meaning between the brothers. It was an acknowledgement of shared difference, an offering of understanding, and a promise of brotherhood all in one. Franklin's wings might be different in form, but their presence meant Sanguinius would never again have to bear the burden of uniqueness alone. Sanguinius reached out, hesitantly at first, then with growing confidence as Franklin nodded permission. His fingers traced the edge of one metallic feather, feeling the deadly perfection of its edge. "They're beautiful," he whispered, his voice carrying the weight of centuries of solitude finally lifted. "And lethal." "Form and function," Franklin grinned. "Though I have to admit, yours are more practical for actual flight. Mine are better suited for combat." The Emperor watched his sons from a short distance, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he observed their bonding. This was not a moment that had existed in the timeline. Franklin knew a small change, perhaps, but one that might ripple outward in unexpected ways. Sometimes, he reflected, the greatest changes came not from grand strategies or massive battles, but from simple moments of connection. The vast viewscreen of the Sweet Liberty filled with the rusty expanse of Baal and its twin moons. Massive terraforming engines, gifts from the Independence sector, crawled across the surface like mechanical insects, their work already visible in patches of green slowly spreading across the desert world. Franklin watched his brother's face as Sanguinius took in the transformation of his home world. "It will take time," Franklin said, his voice carrying the casual confidence that had become his trademark, "but your sons will have a proper home to return to. Though I ask again, are you certain you wish to delay reuniting with them?" Sanguinius's wings shifted slightly, a tell Franklin had learned meant his brother was deep in thought. "The Emperor himself told me of how you've guided our other brothers when they were found." A smile crossed the angel's perfect features. "I would be a fool to pass up such an opportunity." Franklin nodded, trying to hide his pleasure at the compliment. "Well then, brother, your education begins now." He pulled out a data slate and handed it to Sanguinius. "First lesson, understanding the political landscape you're stepping into. This contains everything from trade agreements to military doctrines. The Imperium is more complex than it appears on the surface." Chapter 153, Arsenal of Democracy. The Library of Congress on Nova Libertas held many secrets, but none quite like what lay in its deepest vaults. Franklin led Sanguinius through corridors that seemed to descend forever, their boots echoing against adamantine floors that had supported the weight of civilization's deadliest creations for millennia. "Open sesame!" Franklin's voice rang out with theatrical flair, and Sanguinius couldn't help but smile at his brother's characteristic showmanship. But the smile faded to wonderment as the security protocols disengaged. The first gate, massive plasteel reinforced with adamantium, groaned open. Then another, this one flickering with conversion fields. A third, constructed of living metal that seemed to flow rather than move. Gate after gate, each more impressive than the last, 9 in total, each designed to stop a different method of intrusion. Quantum traps shimmered between them, ready to shred anything attempting unauthorized passage at the atomic level. "Quite the security," Sanguinius noted, his tactical mind automatically analyzing the defenses. "Though I suspect this is merely the obvious layer." Franklin's grin widened. "Smart. The real defenses, well, let's just say even our father would have to knock first." As they passed the final gate, illumination panels activated in sequence, revealing a sight that drew an involuntary gasp from the angel's lips. The vault stretched out before them, seemingly endless, with sections extending in impossible directions that suggested space itself had been folded to accommodate the collection. "Welcome," Franklin announced with pride, "to the arsenal of democracy." Nearest to them, arranged with meticulous precision, stood displays chronicling humanity's relationship with warfare. Sanguinius found himself drawn to a particular section where ancient projectile weapons stood beside their modern counterparts. A primitive firearm labeled Glock sat beside increasingly sophisticated iterations, culminating in a plasma-based successor that bore its ancient ancestor's name. "Every weapon?" Sanguinius asked, his voice hushed with reverence. "Every weapon," Franklin confirmed, "known to mankind exists somewhere within these halls. The collection spans trillions of sections, each dedicated to a different era, a different path of innovation." They passed rows of power armor, each suit telling its own story of human ingenuity. From simple exoskeletons to towering castigator titans, the evolution of mankind's war machines stood frozen in time. Sanguinius approached a nearby display, his attention caught by an elegant power sword floating above what appeared to be a small blue glowing device. Before he could ask, Franklin reached out and touched the device, causing it to collapse into a perfect sphere. "A tesseract labyrinth," Franklin explained, handling the device with casual familiarity that belied its alien origins. "The Necrons used these to imprison their star gods, the C'tan. We've repurposed them as storage devices. Each one contains a billion perfect copies of the displayed weapon." The implication struck Sanguinius like a physical blow. A billion copies, of everything? Even the weapons from the Age of Strife? The Dark Age of Technology? Franklin's expression grew more serious as he returned the labyrinth to its display. "Not everything. Some technologies resist preservation. Others." He gestured to a solitary weapon, isolated in its own containment field. "The Reitken gun. Whatever it erases simply ceases to have ever existed. Those weapons and beings touched by it are lost forever. And some weapons," he continued, his voice dropping lower, "are too dangerous for even a billion copies. Those we keep in the deepest vaults, single specimens locked away where only Father himself can authorize their use. Weapons that could blow open another hole in reality like a second eye of terror, and others are sealed for the future when humanity had ascended and are wise enough for their use." The brothers walked in silence for a moment, the weight of that responsibility hanging heavy in the climate-controlled air. Finally, Sanguinius gestured at the more conventional weapons surrounding them. "These could arm legions," he observed. Franklin's familiar smirk returned. "That's rather the point. These particular sections represent our tithe to the Imperium. We maintain enough in ready storage to arm billions of auxilia at a moment's notice. But that's not why we're here." He gestured deeper into the arsenal. "Follow me." As they ventured further, passing sections dedicated to forgotten patterns of bolters and theoretical applications of, Sanguinius found his curiosity growing. "You mentioned Father can access the deepest vaults. How many layers does this facility have?" "Officially?" 9, Franklin replied, his tone suggesting the truth was more complex. "Though the deeper you go, the more flexible concepts like layers and space become. The former Mechanicum would call this tech heresy of the highest order, but now under call I believe in time their creativity would come back." They passed a section that seemed to bend light itself, weapons that appeared to be made of crystallized time standing in displays that hurt the eyes to look at directly. "The golden age of technology taught humanity that there are no limits to what we can achieve," Franklin continued. "The Age of Strife taught us the cost of achieving it. Here, we walk the line between those lessons. And these weapons," Sanguinius gestured at a particularly devastating-looking device, "they're all tested? Safe?" Franklin's laugh echoed off the impossible architecture. "Safe? Brother, there's no such thing as a safe weapon. But controlled? Understood? As much as such things can be. We maintain testing grounds in pocket dimensions, study the effects in contained environments. Every weapon here has been thoroughly documented, its capabilities and limitations mapped out in excruciating detail." They reached what appeared to be a dead end, though Sanguinius's enhanced senses suggested the space beyond was anything but empty. Franklin placed his hand on a section of wall that looked no different from any other. "The arsenal of democracy isn't just a weapons repository," he explained as complex geometric patterns began to glow beneath his palm. "It's a testament to humanity's ingenuity, our determination to survive in a hostile universe. Every weapon here tells a story of innovation, of necessity, of triumph and tragedy." The wall dissolved, revealing yet another chamber beyond. But unlike the ordered displays they'd passed, this one hummed with active energy, workbenches, and fabrication units suggesting this was more than mere storage. And now, brother, your very own weapons. The chamber they entered bore a solemn gravity despite its clinical appearance. 20 separate sections lined the walls, each marked with a number, each representing one of the Emperor's sons. Sanguinius's keen eyes noted the vacant spaces, numbers 3, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 18, and 20 stood empty, their contents already claimed by his brothers. This way, Franklin gestured toward the section marked with the number 9. Your inheritance awaits. As Sanguinius stepped into his designated area, his breath caught at the sight before him. A suit of armor stood sentinel, its golden surface seeming to capture and amplify the chamber's lighting. Beside it, arranged with precise care, lay 3 weapons, a sword of beauty, a spear that had the visage of a hooded angel, and a compact but lethal-looking melta-weapon. Franklin's fingers danced across a nearby control panel, initiating diagnostic protocols. The resplendent regalia, he announced, pride evident in his voice. She's been waiting for you, brother. As if responding to its true master's presence, the armor's surface rippled with subtle patterns of light. Sanguinius approached reverently, his wings adjusting unconsciously to accommodate the armor's specialized design. Go ahead, Franklin encouraged. Let's see how she fits. The process of donning the armor felt less like wearing a suit of warplate and more like completing a circuit. Each piece sealed seamlessly, the armor adapting to his form with fluid precision. The sensation was unlike anything Sanguinius had experienced before, a perfect synthesis of protection and enhancement. Standard Independence Sector technology, Franklin explained, though his slight smirk suggested there was nothing standard about it. The primary structure is tyranimide-toramide alloy, the same material used by Franklin's mech suit and his Prim-E-born captains. For a Primarch, nothing less would suffice. He walked around Sanguinius, checking connection points and interface systems. The power source is here, he indicated a spot on the spine. A 0-point energy core, barely the size of your fingernail. And before you ask, no, it won't explode. The chance of the core even being breached is so infinitesimal it would take several lifetimes of continuous combat to approach any risk. Even then, the worst that would happen is the energy would simply dissipate. Sanguinius flexed his wings, marveling at how the armor accommodated them. The psychic interfaces. Fully compatible with your abilities, Franklin assured him. The armor will actually enhance your psychic output. Now, for your arsenal. He moved to the weapons display. This is N Carmine. The sword seemed to sing as Franklin lifted it. Your temporal data suggested this would be a simple power sword. We've upgraded it to hyperphase technology. It will cut through reality itself. Temporal data? Sanguinius asked, accepting the blade. Its balance was perfect, as if it had been forged from his own thoughts. Franklin's expression turned enigmatic. Top secret, brother. All will become clear in time. He moved to the spear. This is Telesto. Beyond its obvious capabilities as a power weapon, it can emit focused disintegration beams. And finally, Infernus. He handed over the melta gun. Another upgrade based on future specifications. The heat output is impressive, melting through a mastodon is possible. Sanguinius tested each weapon's weight and balance, but his mind was working on another puzzle. 11 brothers already found. He glanced at the empty sections. I don't recall hearing anything about the 20th. Franklin's expression shifted to something more guarded. Ah, Alfarius. Yes and no. I didn't guide him, Malkador requested his equipment personally. He waved a hand dismissively. Very shady, very spooky. The Alpha Legion tends to be that way. Nothing to worry about though. The Angel of Baal noticed how quickly his brother changed the subject, filing that information away for later consideration. Instead, he focused on the armor's systems coming fully online, neural interfaces connecting with his enhanced physiology. The temporal data you mentioned, he said carefully, testing the waters. It speaks of a future that will not come to pass. One possible future, Franklin corrected. One we're working very hard to prevent. The equipment you're wearing now is the equipment you were meant to wear. I just made some improvements. His usual humor faded slightly. The Emperor has plans within plans, brother. Our role is to ensure those plans lead to humanity's salvation, not its damnation. Sanguinius felt the weight of those words, heavier than the armor he now wore. And this chamber? These preparations for all 20 of us. Insurance, Franklin said simply. Each suite of equipment is tailored to its intended bearer, designed to complement their strengths and shore up their weaknesses. Some have already claimed their inheritance. Others. He glanced at the empty sections. Well, we'll find them all eventually. The barren training world stretched out before them, its atmosphere carefully regulated to match standard imperial conditions. Craters from previous training sessions scarred the landscape, telling tales of lessons learned through controlled violence. Franklin and Sanguinius stood facing each other, their armor gleaming under the artificial sun. Your natural talents are undeniable, Franklin began, his usual jovial tone carrying an instructor's edge. Both in combat and tactics. The grand strategy aspects we can refine later, that's more my and Bobby G's sphere. He paused, studying his brother's stance. But there's something we need to address, my hawk boy. Sanguinius's wings shifted slightly at the analytical tone. After a month of training, he'd learned to recognize when Franklin was transitioning from brother to teacher. The combat simulations show a consistent pattern, Franklin continued. You favor decisive strikes at enemy command elements, personally leading your forces in decapitation attacks. Effective, certainly, but... He let the thought hang. But... Sanguinius prompted, already analyzing his own tactics. What happens when you meet an enemy commander who matches your martial prowess? A theoretical situation, I grant you, there aren't many beings in the galaxy who could survive single combat with the Angel of Baal. Franklin's smile turned slightly predatory. But I believe your swordplay could use some refinement. Sanguinius couldn't quite hide his surprise. Swordplay. He studied his brother's stance, noting nothing that suggested expertise with a blade. Forgive me, brother, but from what I've observed in our joint operations, your preferred approach is decidedly different. His mind flashed to recent battles, Franklin unleashing devastating firepower, enemies vaporized before they could close to melee range. Just days ago, a Xenos warlord had charged at Franklin with some ceremonial blade, only to be obliterated from several kilometers. You seem to favor overwhelming firepower, Sanguinius said diplomatically. More guns, as it were. Franklin's chuckle carried an edge that made Sanguinius's combat instincts twitch. That's what Fulgrim and Lemon thought too, Sangi. Sangi. Sanguinius brought his hand to his face in exasperation. His brother's penchant for nicknames was becoming legendary among the Primarches. Yet something else nagged at his thoughts, the casual mention of teaching their most martial brothers. There was no time to pursue that thought. Sanguinius's enhanced senses screamed warning, and he dropped into a combat stance. Whatever Franklin's skill level, underestimating a brother was poor protocol at best, fatal at worst. The angel blinked. Franklin was gone. He blinked again. Only decades of combat instinct saved the angel. He stepped back, N-Carmine rising to parry the strike that should have been impossible to deliver. The clash of hyperphase weapons sent ripples through reality itself. Franklin's face, inches from his own, wore that familiar smirk. About that Xenos commander, he said conversationally, as if they were still just talking rather than locked in combat. I didn't avoid the duel out of necessity. I simply found them uninspiring. What followed defied comprehension. Sanguinius found himself defending against attacks that transcended conventional combat. Franklin's strikes didn't merely come from physical angles, they seemed to tear through the Empyrean itself. Each parry required more than instinct or training, it demanded awareness of strikes that had already occurred, were occurring, and would occur, all at once. The angel's wings flared in a desperate attempt to create space, but Franklin's wings responded in kind, shadowing his every motion. Blades clashed from impossible angles, every strike a master class in divine combat that warped the laws of reality. Sanguinius barely kept pace, his every move dictated by sheer survival rather than strategy. Only father could best me, Franklin remarked, his voice calm despite the supernatural flurry of strikes. And even then, it would be through his psychic might rather than skill with a blade. But in pure swordsmanship. Another sequence of strikes forced Sanguinius onto the back foot, defending against attacks that seemed to bypass time itself. In this galaxy, I have no equal. It was not boasting but a simple fact. The demonstration lasted less than a minute, though to Sanguinius's transhuman perception, it felt like an eternity. When Franklin finally stepped back, the Angel of Baal stood drenched in sweat, his enhanced physiology pushed to the edge of exhaustion. We'll continue tomorrow, Franklin said, studying his brother's state with clinical precision. I have a good sense of your current abilities. From here, I can craft a proper regimen for your training. Sanguinius leaned on Carmine, his mind racing to process what he had just experienced. That was... I've never... How? Franklin's expression softened slightly, though his eyes remained sharp. You're wondering why I've kept this skill hidden? Why let others believe I rely on firepower and technology? The thought had crossed my mind, Sanguinius admitted, straightening with effort. Consider it a lesson in strategy, Franklin replied. Everyone knows the Liberty Eagles for our overwhelming firepower, our mastery of technology. They expect it. They plan for it. His smirk returned, sharper now. But they never see the blade coming, and besides I just love my guns. And our brothers? Sanguinius asked. Fulgrim claims to be the finest swordsman among us. Franklin's chuckle was genuine. Let him. Fulgrim thrives on the reputation, it's part of his nature. I've always preferred to keep my talents understated. That way, when they're needed, the impact is decisive. Most of our brothers have learned from me in some way, each according to their own strengths. Sanguinius flexed his wings, already feeling his body recovering from the exertion. And what do you see in me, brother? What are my needs? You're a natural, Sangi. Talented in ways that make others, our brothers included, envious. But talent alone is raw. It's like an untempered blade, full of potential but not yet the weapon it could be. Franklin gestured around the training grounds. What I showed you today. That's the destination. Not just mastery of the blade, but mastery of reality itself through the blade. Sanguinius nodded, his awe giving way to determination. Then show me the way. The battle-scarred plains of Olaner had seen countless wars, but none as transformative as this. Once the epicenter of the mightiest Orc empire in the sector, its colossal fortresses now lay in smoldering ruin, felled not by crude violence, but by something altogether alien to Orcs, precision and strategy. At the center of the devastation stood a figure that defied every understanding of Orcoid potential, Glorblasta the Mighty. No mere Orc warboss, Glorblasta was the apex of Orcoid evolution, a Kruk, the being Orcs were always meant to be. He was not the crude, chaotic force of nature typical of his kind. Glorblasta was something far worse, a deliberate and calculating predator, the embodiment of a forgotten war machine. Wa'ak! Thrakar's battle cry echoed across the devastated landscape, a sound that had made armies tremble. But Glorblasta simply moved, faster than anything that size had any right to, and backhanded the warboss with casual contempt. My deluded cousin, Glorblasta's voice carried the weight of genetic memory spanning millions of years, submit or die. The ultimatum hung in the air between them. Thrakar, despite his reputation for mindless violence, possessed enough tactical acumen to recognize when he was thoroughly beaten. I surrender. Use the boss now. A smile crossed Glorblasta's face, an expression that somehow carried both approval and predatory anticipation. My cousin, I have a task for you. But first, you must be strong, and I will make you so. He paused, his next words carrying ritual weight. Gork and Mork hunger for war. They desire the crushing of the Imperium. Would you crush the Imperium? Thrakar's response was immediate and enthusiastic. Wa'ak! I'll crush the puny humies. The moment the words left his mouth, something extraordinary began to happen. Power flowed from Glorblasta into Thrakar, ancient genetic protocols awakening dormant potential. The warboss began to grow, his form expanding and evolving. Crude musculature refined itself, becoming more efficient. Neural pathways rewired themselves, granting tactical acumen that no ordinary Orc could possess. When the transformation finished, Thrakar stood at chest height to Glorblasta, his presence now carrying an authority that transcended mere physical size. Thrakar Smasher, you are no longer the Smasher, Glorblasta proclaimed. You are Thrakar the Beast, and you shall be the hammer that strikes at humanity's heart. Wa'ak! The beast's roar carried new harmonics, a complexity that spoke of his elevated status. The galaxy will burn for Gork and Mork. Glorblasta produced a galactic map, its holographic display showing carefully plotted invasion routes. Make for Terra. The path is marked. Gather your forces, grow your strength, and bring war to humanity's throne. As the newly ascended Primarch departed, already calling his forces to war with a voice that commanded absolute obedience, Glorblasta turned to his own warriors. They were a sight that would have made even the most hardened Imperial commander pause. Orcs approaching the status of their ancient Kruk ancestors, each one a master of warfare that transcended mere violence. "Gather what we require," he commanded. "Our path leads to Nova Libertas." His gaze turned skyward, where somewhere across the vast distances of space, his intended rival waited unknowing. "Daka Bringer," he mused, using the Orcoid name for Franklin Valorian, "I hope you're ready for the rematch." The laughter that followed carried notes of genuine anticipation. Chapter 154, Plans and Orcs. The grand meeting chamber aboard the Sweet Liberty was a testament to Franklin Valorian's peculiar taste in interior design. Franklin had transformed one of the command rooms of Sweet Liberty into something that wouldn't have looked out of place in an ancient Terran gentleman's club. Rich mahogany panels lined the walls, their surfaces reflecting the warm glow of a crackling fireplace. The flames weren't strictly necessary in a temperature-controlled vessel, but Franklin insisted they added ambience. Magnus the Red reclined in an oversized leather armchair, his crimson form somehow fitting perfectly despite his massive stature. His single eye gleamed with amusement as he watched Franklin's theatrical introduction of their newest arrival. The Crimson King's fingers absently traced patterns in the air, tiny sparks of psychic energy following his movements like afterimages. "Welcome, brother, to our little OL gathering of the Bickering Brotherhood." Franklin's voice boomed through the room, his face split with that characteristic grin that seemed to dance on the edge between genuine warmth and ironic amusement. Magnus' eye rolled so dramatically it might have completed a full circle. "I veto this immediately. We are learned individuals engaging in tactical discourse, not quarrelsome children." "Actually," Rogel Dorn interjected with his characteristic bluntness, "we do not truly bicker. We engage in tactical discourse that typically results in the death of Xenos or the submission of rebellious empires. Bickering implies unproductive argument. Our arguments are quite productive." Robert Gilliman, seated with perfect posture despite the comfortable sofa, pinched the bridge of his nose. "I second Magnus' veto. Bickering Brotherhood sounds like a traveling circus troupe, not a gathering of military commanders." Franklin's booming laugh filled the room as he watched Sanguinius take in each of his brother's distinct personalities. The angel's slight smile suggested he was already appreciating the dynamic of this particular group. "Well, if y'all don't like that one, how about the Justice-inclined League?" "No," came the unanimous response, though Dorn felt compelled to add, "Justice is implicit in our actions. Stating it explicitly is redundant." "The League of Primarches, then," Franklin offered, dropping into his favorite armchair and reaching for the humidor. Magnus and Gilliman exchanged glances before nodding approval. "Simple, direct, and accurate," Dorn commented, which from him was high praise indeed. "I second that," Sanguinius added, gracefully taking his seat while carefully accommodating his wings. Magnus took an appreciative puff, examining the cigar. This batch is quite superior to the previous one. Where did you procure these, Franklin?" Sanguinius chuckled, echoing the sentiment. With the name settled, the Primarches made themselves comfortable in the lavish chamber, massive leather sofas, a crackling fireplace, and the soft sounds of jazz music in the background. Each Primarch took a cigar from the humidor. "Katachan," Franklin replied casually. "Barbed Venom Gorse. We've found a way to make them into some mighty fine cigars." Dorn nodded approvingly, taking a long draw. "Excellent. Initiate the production of 500 more." With a flash of light, a machine quickly produced the requested quantity, which Magnus promptly levitated towards himself. Robert and Sanguinius each took one as well, joining in the relaxed indulgence. Robert chuckled, "You Liberty Eagles do love your cigars and liquor. Though I must admit, your tastes are far more refined than the Space Wolves." Sanguinius tried a cautious puff, only to dissolve into a coughing fit, eliciting chuckles from the assembled Primarches. "Do not try to inhale it into your lungs, brother," Magnus advised. "Simply draw it into your cheeks." As the Primarches settled into their comfortable seats, Franklin stood in the center, projecting holographic displays. "All right, gentlemen, time to get down to business. Our recent victories have culled their numbers, but I fear that a true Waik is on the horizon." The Primarches fell silent, their gazes fixed on the holographic display that Franklin had activated in the center of the room. Detailed battle reports and strategic projections flickered to life, painting a grim picture of the Orc menace. Robert nodded, pulling up his own holographic contingencies. "I've been coordinating defensive strategies with the Ultramarines. We're prepared for any resurgence from the Greenskins." Sanguinius studied the displays, offering his own tactical insights, which Robert quickly incorporated into the plans. Dorn, in his usual no-nonsense manner, added, "Data suggests that should a Primarch emerge, it will likely make a beeline for Terra in an attempt to draw our attention." Magnus hummed in agreement, the glow of the cigars casting shadows on his face. "A sound observation. We must be vigilant and ready to meet this threat head-on." The room grew tenser as each Primarch defended his stance, their voices rising and clashing like swords in battle. Franklin leaned against the table, his perpetual smirk framed by the golden glow of the stratagem's hololith. "I am telling you," Franklin began, gesturing confidently to the projections of battle fleets maneuvering in the void, "we can win this void war in just a few solar weeks. The orcs lack the organization to counter a coordinated strike. It's a matter of outmaneuvering them." Dorn folded his arms, his expression as rigid as his posture. "You are deluding yourself, Franklin. Winning one theater of war is not winning the war. Orcs are not centralized, they are everywhere. Fortifications are the key. We hold the line, and you become our rapid response force." Franklin raised an eyebrow, his smirk unwavering. "Dorn, we don't have time to hunker down behind walls while the galaxy burns. Mobility is key. You can't just fortress your way to victory." "Correction," Dorn replied, his voice flat but cutting. "I absolutely can fortress my way to victory. Walls do not require refueling. Walls do not defect. Walls do not argue. Unlike some people I am forced to call brothers." Before Franklin could retort, Robert Gillimon chimed in, his tone measured but with an undercurrent of annoyance. "Both of you are missing the larger picture. We need to locate this so-called Primarch and eliminate it. Decapitation strikes work. I have the data to prove it." Magnus, who had been observing with an expression of barely concealed exasperation, slammed his hand on the table. "By the unblinking eye, Robert, that's the stupidest plan I've heard since Franklin suggested beach episodes to improve morale. If this really is a Primarch, sending in a strike force to kill it is tantamount to handing the orcs a free snack." Gillimon frowned, clearly affronted. "Magnus, with proper scouting." "Oh yes, scouting." Magnus leaned forward, rolling his single functional eye dramatically. "Because that always works against creatures that spawn more soldiers by sneezing. While you're out there playing Starfleet Captain, Franklin and I will be busy trying to salvage your inevitable disaster." Franklin tilted his head. "Nice to know I'm in your salvage plan, Magnus. Also, could you please not encourage Robert to watch more 20th century sci-fi? He already has too many space fleet comparisons." Magnus shrugged, looking entirely unbothered. "He likes it. Keeps him out of my library, so it's a win for me." Gillimon visibly bristled but held his tongue. Dorn, however, saw an opportunity and pounced. "At least Robert attempts to plan. Unlike certain individuals who spend more time in their sanctum painting miniatures than commanding troops." Magnus threw up his hands in mock outrage. "Excuse me, Dorn, but miniature painting is a valid stress relief method. Not that you'd know anything about stress relief, Mr. I am the wall." Dorn didn't even blink. "I relieve stress by winning wars. You should try it sometime." Before Magnus could retort, the sound of a deep, hearty laugh echoed from the doorway. The Primarches turned as Lemon Russ strode into the room, wolf pelt billowing behind him and a massive barrel of mjad slung over one shoulder. Lemon grinned as he approached the council table. "By the All-Father's beard, are you lot at it again? The eagle, the wall, the walking spreadsheet, and the shiny cyclops, all bickering like old women." Magnus sighed audibly. "Lovely. The feral one has arrived. Go ahead, Lemon, tell us how you'd solve the orc crisis with more ale and head-butting." Lemon set the barrel down with a heavy thud and leaned against the table, his grin widening. "Well, Magnus, it would work. But I'll leave the big brain stuff to you lot. I'm just here to crack some orc skulls and enjoy the show." Lemon Russ and Sanguinius's eyes met, and the Wolf King immediately approached Sanguinius. You're new," Lemon growled, his voice rough yet tinged with curiosity. Lemon said gruffly, appraising the Angel of Baal. Sanguinius inclined his head, his golden hair catching the dim light. "I am Sanguinius. It's a pleasure to meet you, brother." Lemon grinned, stepping forward to clap Sanguinius on the shoulder with a force that made the Angel of Baal take a half-step back. "Lemon Russ, Wolf King of Fenris. Glad you've joined the pack." Sanguinius, observing the scene with an air of regal curiosity, finally spoke up. Is this normal? Lemon let out a booming laugh. Oh, this is the usual. But don't worry, Angel Boy. These four always figure it out eventually. Then we just follow Franklin's orders and look good while doing it. Magnus groaned, rubbing his temple. By the Emperor, can we please get back to the actual war? Before Robot drafts another unnecessary flowchart. Gilliman's eyes narrowed. My flowcharts are efficient, Magnus. Unlike your constant need to veto every actionable plan with vague mysticism. Franklin clapped his hands together, cutting through the noise. All right, enough. I propose a recess. The Primarches nodded. As the council dispersed, Lemon clapped Sanguinius on the back, nearly sending him stumbling. Welcome to the family, Angel. It only gets crazier from here. The Segmentum Tempestus echoed with the thunderous roar of battle as Angren and Fukin, two of the mighty Primarches, led their legions in the eradication of the Orc menace. The World Eaters and Salamanders had joined forces, their combined might raining destruction upon the greenskins. Angren, his face edged with a savage grin, tore through the Orc ranks with his chain axe, Widowmaker cleaving through armor and flesh with brutal efficiency. Beside him, Fukin's hammer, Thunderhead, smashed Orcs into bloody pulp, the Primarch's stoic determination a stark contrast to Angren's gladiator persona. As the last of the Orcs fell, Angren and Fukin stood amidst the charred remains, surveying the scene of their victory. Fukin placed a hand on Angren's shoulder, his deep voice rumbling with satisfaction. Another Xenos exterminated, brother. Our deeds will endure. Angren nodded, his features softening slightly. Indeed, brother. But their moment of triumph was short-lived, for suddenly, Angren's commbead crackled to life, carrying the urgent voice of his flag captain, Lodara Saren. Primarch Angren, we have a situation, Lodara's voice rang out, tinged with a hint of concern. Our fleet has been attacked by an Orc armada. They're swarming our position, and we're struggling to intercept all their vessels. Some Orc landing parties may have slipped through our defenses. Angren's brow furrowed, and he exchanged a grave look with Fukin, who had clearly received a similar report from his own command. Understood, Lodara, Angren replied, his tone hardening. Gather our forces and establish a rendezvous point. We'll rally the World Eaters and reinforce your position. Turning to Fukin, Angren spoke with a sense of urgency. The Orcs have counterattacked, brother. We must move quickly to secure our lines and eliminate this threat before it spreads further. Fukin nodded, his golden eyes burning with determination. Then let us not waste another moment. The Imperium cannot afford to lose this system to the Greenskins. With that, the two Primarches descended from their vantage point, their legions rallying to their sides. Angren barked orders to his first captain, Gear, who immediately set about coordinating the World Eaters' response. Gear, establish rendezvous points for our forces. We must interdict the Orc landing parties before they can gain a foothold on the planet's surface. Gear, a seasoned veteran scarred by countless battles, saluted his Primarch. It will be done, Lord Angren. The World Eaters will not rest until every last Orc is purged from this system. In the smog-choked depths of the Orc Empire's capital, amidst the ceaseless din of war, two figures strode through the wreckage with an unshakable air of destiny. Fulgrim, the Phoenician, his gleaming armor unmarred by the filth of battle, moved like a masterful artist mid-performance. Each sweep of his blade, fire blade, painted arcs of death through the air, severing Orcs with a grace that bordered on the divine. Beside him, Ferrus Manus, the Gorgon of Medusa, waded through the carnage like a blacksmith in his forge, his silvered arms wielding the immense forge breaker with brutal, unrelenting efficiency. Where Fulgrim danced, Ferrus crushed, where the Phoenician carved poetry in motion, the Gorgon forged blunt reality. Ahead of them loomed the war boss's inner sanctum, its iron doors marked with crude glyphs and splattered gore. With a nod to each other, they moved as one, kicking the heavy doors off their hinges with a thunderous crash. The chamber was lit by the sickly green glow of Orc machinery, and at its center stood the warboss, a monstrous brute clad in jagged, scrap metal armor, a massive power claw flexing menacingly at its side. The warboss chuckled deeply, its tusks glinting in the flickering light. Well, well. Two humies think they can take on me. Dis ought to be fun. Fulgrim rolled his eyes, wiping an imaginary speck of dirt from his pristine vambrace. Delightful. Another cretin who thinks size and noise are substitutes for skill. Ferrus growled, hefting forge breaker onto his shoulder. Enough talk. Let's put it down and move on. As the warboss lunged forward, its bellow shaking the room, Fulgrim turned to Ferris with a sly grin. Ferris, a thought occurs, why not make this encounter more interesting? Ferris scowled, already bracing himself to meet the orc's charge. Fulgrim, if this is another one of your little games, I swear. Precisely. Fulgrim interrupted, raising a hand theatrically. A wager. Whoever lands the killing blow on this grotesque beast, the other must, let's say, acquire siege weapons from Franklin Valorian's vaults and deliver them to the victor. Ferris narrowed his eyes, the glow of molten silver in his veins brightening. You're insufferable, Fulgrim. But fine. If only to shut you up when I win. Ha! Confidence suits you, Ferris, Fulgrim quipped as he leapt to the side, dodging a massive swing from the war boss's claw with an almost effortless pirouette. Pity it will be misplaced. Eldrad Ulthran sat in his chamber aboard Craft World Ulthwi, massaging his temples with an air of frustration so practiced it might as well have been an art form. The skeins of fate had been particularly chaotic as of late, which was unsurprising given the state of the galaxy. What was surprising though not entirely unwelcome was the fact that Cain had manifested in reality. Not in his usual, frothing at the mouth, I will pulverize everything including my own followers way, but sober. With an annoyed sigh, Eldrad closed his once again eyes and delved into the skeins of the warp, his mind brushing against the infinite chaos of what could be. The threads of time and fate unraveled before him like the tangled cables of a Mundakia's data slate, chaotic, unnecessarily convoluted, and dripping with inevitable doom. And there, amidst the multiverse of bad decisions waiting to happen, one thread stood out. One vision burned itself into his ancient psyche like a Mundaki meme. Akrug. Not an orc. Akrug. The kind of greenskin you'd find in an Eldar's worst nightmares, the primordial terror that makes even a Phoenix Lord clutch their infinity stone and scream internally. This monstrosity was rising, its presence like a tidal wave of destruction and stupidity combined. And because the universe hates me personally, I get to deal with it. Lovely. And as if the universe wasn't already baffling enough, Cain, the literal god of murder, had chosen a champion. A human. A Primarch. Franklin Valorian, the hand of Cain, champion of the Eldar's war god, and an infuriatingly competent individual who made Eldrad feel simultaneously relieved and deeply suspicious. Something about Franklin's very existence made Eldrad feel as if the galaxy had become a cosmic joke. Not the kind of cruel irony that the farcer was used to, but a bizarre, almost comedic twist of fate that reeked of a certain someone's meddling. Yes, Segeric was still alive. Eldrad could feel the laughing god's presence, distant yet pervasive, like the echo of a particularly obnoxious joke told at the wrong time. Perhaps this was why Franklin and everything surrounding him felt so funny. Not in the haha sense, but in the I'm definitely being laughed at way that made Eldrad's teeth grind. Eldrad couldn't deny it, ever since Franklin and Cain had manifested, things felt different. The threads of fate were less frayed, less on the verge of snapping entirely. It was as if the galaxy itself had paused to take a breath, albeit a shallow and wary one. But that didn't mean Eldrad trusted Franklin. Oh no, trust was something he reserved for exactly no one. However, he couldn't ignore the fact that Franklin had succeeded where so many others had failed. The Liberty Eagles, while human, were surprisingly tolerable. And Franklin's mere presence was like a flaming sword slicing through the knots of the warp, undoing the schemes of demons and malignant four alike. The hand of Cain wasn't just a warrior, he was a force. One that Eldrad needed to understand and, if possible, steer. Sighing deeply, Eldrad activated the crystalline interface of his communications array. He crafted a message with all the eloquence and gravitas befitting a farcer of his stature. Franklin Valorian, champion of Cain, hand of the war god, we must speak. The threads of fate have shifted since your ascension, and Ulthwi acknowledge what you have become. I extend an invitation to meet at the earliest opportunity. The craft world Ulthwi shall receive you with the respect due to the chosen of our god, be you human or Eldar, we must discuss the future in particular Akrug. Please do not delay. He paused, reading over the message. It was appropriately formal, yet carried the undertone of urgency that Eldrad felt was warranted. With a flick of his wrist, he sent it, knowing that Franklin would receive it and being Franklin likely show up with a smirk on his face and some aggravatingly charming comment that would make Eldrad question the sanity of the universe. Eldrad leaned back in his chair, his mind already running through the countless potential outcomes of this meeting. He felt both cautious and oddly optimistic. Perhaps, just this once, fate had handed him an ally rather than another complication. Still, the fact that the galaxy's salvation might hinge on a god-powered human with an ego to match made him chuckle. Seguruk, Eldrad muttered, a faint smile tugging at his lips despite himself. If this is your doing, I hope you're enjoying the show. Chapter 155, War Council. From the command deck of his immense flagship, Glorblasta observed the swirling chaos of the galactic map before him. The stars in their myriad paths lit up like a tapestry of opportunity and peril. Yet, as he analyzed the unfolding events with the sharpened clarity of his evolved mind, it was not opportunity he saw, it was warning. His plans to assault Nova Libertas had been deftly countered by the Imperium's unexpectedly swift and coordinated response. The sheer efficiency with which they had contained and eradicated the burgeoning Wadaic of the beast left little doubt in his mind. This was no fractured empire stumbling through the stars. The Imperium's forces operated like a well-oiled machine, employing synchronized strikes to isolate key Orc warbands, and neutralize command structures. Their capacity to encircle and annihilate entire fleets with precision demonstrated a mastery of warfare that spoke of relentless discipline and strategic foresight. This was a colossus, organized and purposeful, capable of responding to threats with terrifying precision. Seated within the heart of his flagship, the void surrounding him at the galactic rim, Glorblasta pondered the precarious balance between the evolving strength of the Imperium and the faltering momentum of his own designs. He questioned whether his release of the beast had merely revealed the depths of humanity's resilience, and whether the subtle web of his machinations could withstand their unstoppable march. The thought struck him, what if his calculated chaos had only sharpened their blade, rather than blunting it? He had released the beast to incite chaos, to stoke the fires of Wadaic, and draw attention away from his own machinations. Yet the Imperium's rapid suppression of the beast's forces across Segmentum Ultima painted a sobering picture. Like a dam against a tidal wave, their forces had confined the Orcs, preventing them from spreading further and systematically breaking their momentum. It's as though they anticipated the tide, he mused, his voice devoid of the guttural crudeness of his lesser kin. Each word was deliberate, reflective of a mind far removed from the brutish simplicity of an Orc warlord. He rose from his seat, pacing the expanse of his command deck, his eyes fixated on the projection of the galaxy before him. Olaner, the heart of the Orc Empire, was under siege. From the edge of the galactic rim, Glorblasta monitored the war with a mixture of fascination and frustration. He had sent the beast to gauge the Imperium's strength, to test their resolve and measure their tactics. The results were both enlightening and troubling. Among the forces besieging Olaner, one in particular stood out. The star-studded legion, their armor gleaming with disintegration weapons, was unmistakable. It was the Daka Bringers Legion, a force so famous among the Orcs that even the most battle-hardened warriors spoke of them and would fight over which ones who will crump the Daka Bringer. Franklin Valorian, the Daka Bringer, was a name that carried weight even among his lesser kin. Elsewhere, another force had drawn Glorblasta's attention. Across the stars, Astartes clad in blue and gold fought with weapons of unmistakable origin. Reverse-engineered Necron flayers cut through their foes with an efficiency that spoke of both mastery and audacity. Even the Necrons, ancient foes of the Kruk, have had their secrets unraveled, Glorblasta observed, his thoughts lingering on humanity's audacity to repurpose technology far beyond their understanding. For example, their repurposing of Necron quantum shielding to fortify planetary defenses was a testament to their bold ingenuity and willingness to wield tools from an age older than their species. Glorblasta noted, his tone contemplative. This revelation was both a warning and a challenge. Humanity had not only endured the ravages of time and war but had turned those very struggles into the crucible of their ascendancy. They had dared to tamper with Necron technology, a feat that spoke volumes about their resourcefulness and recklessness. As Olaner burned and the beast's Wadaic crumbled, Glorblasta came to a singular conclusion: patience. The Imperium was far stronger than he had initially anticipated, and its reach extended further than he had calculated. A head-on confrontation would be folly, no matter how advanced the Kruk's technology or how potent his forces. No, Glorblasta's path lay not in direct conflict but in cunning observation and strategic maneuvering. Any Orc can start a Wadaic, Glorblasta reflected, his voice resonating with a quiet determination. But only a Kruk can guide it towards ascension. The beast had served its purpose. Its failure was not a setback but a lesson. Through its defeat, Glorblasta had gleaned invaluable insights into the Imperium's strategies, capabilities, and limitations. More importantly, he had identified the Daka Bringers Legion as a pivotal force within the Imperium's hierarchy. Their presence was a clear indication of Valorian's influence and power. If Glorblasta were to challenge the Imperium, he would need to account for this titan of humanity. Glorblasta turned his attention back to the galactic map, his thoughts coalescing into a coherent strategy. The time for brash assaults and overwhelming force had passed. Now was the time for subtlety and calculation. First, he would continue to observe. Every battle, every engagement, every campaign would be scrutinized. The Imperium's strengths and weaknesses would be catalogued, their patterns analyzed. He would identify the cracks in their armor, the flaws in their strategies, and the vulnerabilities in their technology. Second, he would sow discord. The galaxy was a vast and chaotic place, teeming with factions vying for dominance. Glorblasta would exploit these divisions, redirecting the Imperium's attention away from his own activities. Whether through subterfuge, sabotage, or the manipulation of lesser Waa'ik, he would ensure that the Imperium remained too distracted to notice the growing threat at its periphery. The stratagem aboard the Imperator Somnium was a chamber of controlled brilliance. Gold light from the hololithic display carved restless shadows across the faces of 10 demigods gathered around its edges. They stood apart, yet unified, each carrying the air of authority that came with their station. The Primarches stood arrayed around the hololithic table. Around him, the other Primarches had naturally gravitated into a loose semicircle. Whether by coincidence or something deeper, it was clear Franklin's words would guide this meeting. On his left stood Robert Guilliman and Rogel Dorn to his right, and Magnus the Red and Sanguinius to his left. They formed a natural vanguard of stability and insight, their presence is a quiet testament to the bonds they shared with their brother. Dorn's stoic strength, Guilliman's strategic brilliance, Magnus' piercing intellect, and Sanguinius's serene charisma created a dynamic synergy that Franklin leaned upon, though never overtly. Further to Franklin's right stood Ferrus Manus and Fulgrim. The contrast between them was stark. Ferrus, with his iron resolve and no-nonsense demeanor, was the foundation to Fulgrim's florid grace and calculated artistry. To Franklin's left stood Fukin, the Lord of Drakes, and Angren, the Lord of the Red Sands. Their titles evoked ferocity and destruction, but in truth, they were the gentlest among their brothers, their compassion burning brighter than the fires they wielded. In the center, the Primarch of the Luna Wolves stood alone, his arms crossed as he observed the council with his piercing gaze. Horus's isolation was unintentional, a product of circumstance rather than design, but Franklin noticed. With a slight gesture, he beckoned Horus closer. Horus hesitated, his eyes narrowing briefly as if weighing the invitation, before stepping forward. He came to stand at Franklin's right shoulder, just behind Guilliman and Dorn. The gesture was small, almost imperceptible, yet it spoke volumes. Whatever tensions or barriers might exist between brothers, Franklin would not allow isolation to fester. As the gathering settled, Franklin turned his gaze to the hololithic projection of Olaner, its vast continents crawling with green-lit symbols representing the Greenskin Horde. He placed a hand lightly on the table's edge, his posture relaxed but his presence commanding. The soft hum of the hololith filled the air as all eyes turned toward him, the quiet of the chamber amplified by the weight of expectation. "The campaign is ours to finish," Franklin began, his voice calm yet carrying the subtle authority that made even the most fractious of his brothers listen. "The greenskin tide is breaking, but we must ensure no escape. The plan remains as follows." He gestured toward the southern expanse of the projection, where the greenskin forces churned in disarray. "Fukin, Angren, you will anchor the south. Strike fast, strike decisively. Leave them no room to recover." Fukin gave a slow nod, his deep voice resonating with measured assurance. "We will hold the line and press them hard." Angren's gaze flickered briefly toward the projection before meeting Franklin's eyes. "It will be done." His tone was calm, but there was the fierceness of a gladiator king. Franklin's attention shifted to the northern flank. "Ferrus, Fulgrim, your task is precision. Disrupt their assault, sever their escape routes, and funnel them toward the center." Ferrus's expression was unreadable as he gave a curt nod. Fulgrim, ever the perfectionist, offered a faint, almost theatrical smile. "Consider it done," he said smoothly, though his tone carried a note of quiet resolve. "Robert, Rogel," Franklin continued, his gaze steady as it moved to his closest brothers. "You will hold the center, our unbreakable line. As Fukin and Angren push and as Ferrus and Fulgrim tighten the noose, your task is simple but essential, nothing breaks through." Guilliman's nod was immediate, his confidence quiet but absolute. Dorn's eyes flicked briefly to the projection before returning to Franklin. "It will be done," he said, his voice a low rumble of granite certainty. Finally, Franklin turned to Horus, who now stood at his side. "Horus, you and Lemon will take the spearhead. Break their leadership. Shatter their will. Horus inclined his head, his expression betraying nothing save for a faint flicker of a smile. We'll end it, he said simply. While the Primarches deliberated in the main stratagem, their senior officers gathered in an adjacent chamber aboard the Imperator Somnium. The vast room hummed with conversation, its Gothic arches echoing with the voices of some of the Imperium's finest warriors. Crystal decanters of aged amasec caught the light from overhead lumens, casting amber reflections across polished marble floors. First Captain Denzel Washington of the Liberty Eagles stood near one of the room's towering viewports, his dark features illuminated by the distant stars. Beside him, First Captain Sigismund of the Imperial Fists cut an imposing figure. The two warriors had formed an unlikely friendship over years of campaigning. The artillery support arrived just in time, Sigismund said, his normally stern features softening slightly. 3 days ago, we faced a fortress that seemed impregnable. Your new pattern siege guns reduced it to rubble in hours. Denzel's laugh was warm and genuine. The Liberty pattern Earthshaker. We've been working on improving the rate of fire without sacrificing accuracy. Sounds like it performed as expected. Better, Sigismund admitted, taking a sip of amasec. The targeting solutions were particularly impressive. Our tech priests are still trying to understand how it achieves such precision at extreme ranges. Liberton engineering at its finest, Denzel explained, his hand unconsciously touching the hilts of his hyperphase swords. That's always been our approach. Speaking of which, how are those power sword modifications working out? Before Sigismund could answer, a booming voice interrupted them. Captain Stephen Armstrong of the Liberty Eagles' 2nd Company approached, his massive frame drawing attention even in a room full of Astartes. Beside him walked Legion Master Gear of the World Eaters, his augmetic eye glowing faintly. Tell them about the assault on Blood Gorge Valley, Gear urged, his scarred face animated with unusual enthusiasm. 3 days of continuous combat, and your men never lost step with ours. Armstrong grinned, his cybernetic enhancements catching the light. The World Eaters set a hell of a pace. But the 2nd Company isn't a stranger to close combat. Your supporting fire was precise, Gear acknowledged. Usually, we have to worry about friendly fire when allies try to support our charges. Your men. He shook his head in admiration. They knew exactly where to put each shell. Integrated targeting systems, Armstrong explained. Each Liberty Eagle is linked to our fire support network. We see what they see what we see. Makes coordination a lot simpler. Across the chamber, Captain Henry Cavill engaged in conversation with Solomon Demeter of the Emperor's Children. Cavill's presence always drew curious glances from other officers, something about him seemed slightly out of place, though none could quite put their finger on why. Your equipment modifications are remarkable, Demeter said, examining Cavill's artificer armor with an expert eye. The integration of power field harmonics with traditional ceramite. I've never seen anything quite like it. You should see our workshops, Cavill replied with a knowing smile. In fact, he gestured to a seemingly ordinary wall panel, which suddenly shimmered with ethereal light. An eternity gate materialized, its surface rippling like liquid gold. Why don't I show you? We've got some prototype modifications that might interest you. Demeter's eyes widened. An eternity gate? Here? I thought only Terra. The Sweet Liberty has a few surprises, Cavill said, leading the way through the portal. Just wait until you see our forge decks. In a quieter corner of the chamber, 2 of the Imperium's most powerful psychers were deep in discussion. Chief Librarian Vladimir Mendeleev of the Liberty Eagles sat across from Ozek Ahriman of the Thousand Suns, complex hololithic displays hovering between them. Your approach is fascinating, Ahriman said, studying the scrolling data. You use artificial intelligence to analyze warp patterns. Vladimir nodded, his augmented eyes glowing softly. Yes, yes. Warp, it is chaotic, yes, but not completely without order. Even chaos has its own rhythm, hidden beneath surface. Our minds, even as transhuman as they are, cannot see all. But machine. He paused, his fingers twitching across the display. Machine sees better. AI can spot patterns, things we miss. It's not perfect, but it gives us clarity. But how do you maintain integrity? Ahriman leaned forward, genuinely curious. The risk of corruption. Vladimir's expression stiffened slightly, his voice lowering as he leaned back. Corruption? Ha! Corruption is always risk when dealing with warp, but we mitigate. We use our technoseer protocols, yes? Technology and wards combined. The AI does not touch the warp directly. It looks from afar, collects data, processes. Think of it like looking at storm from behind thick glass. Safe, controlled. And these wards? Ahriman gestured to the complex patterns. They're more stable than traditional methods. Vladimir's lips curled slightly, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk. They are better, yes. Two forces working together, technology and psychic power. If one fails, other holds. Redundancy is key, my friend. When dealing with warp, nothing is certain. But we try to make it so. Perhaps the most intriguing conversation occurred between director Samuel L. Jackson and Amadeus Duquesne. Jackson, his prime-born frame relaxed in a way that belied his calculating mind, was in full sales mode, coolly charismatic as ever. "Look here, brother," Jackson said, his fingers snapping with ease as he manipulated a hololithic display to show detailed schematics of Terminator armor variants. "You know the Cataphract EE pattern: solid, reliable, tough. But this here," he paused, the tension in his voice building as the sleek lines of the custodian-derived Alaris pattern appeared, this is next level. This is something else entirely." Duquesne's augmetic eyes whirred as they analyzed the specifications, his mechanical gaze flickering with curiosity. Custodian pattern armor, modified for Astartes use? Impressive. But what's the catch? Jackson leaned back, crossing his arms with a sly grin that made it clear he wasn't just offering armor, he was offering an opportunity. "No catch, brother. Just pure, uncut business." He tapped the hololith to bring up a new window, showcasing a clean, efficient maintenance plan. "Order 100 of the Cataphract EE, and we'll throw in an Alaris prototype. I'm talking top of the line, cutting-edge gear. Full maintenance package. Any damage? You bring that armor to the nearest Independence Sector Forge World, and we handle it. Replacements? 90% off. You heard me right, 90%. Duquesne raised an eyebrow. "Too good to be true," he muttered, though his tone suggested more curiosity than outright dismissal. "What does the Valorian Giga Corporation want in return?" Jackson's smile widened, smooth and assured, as he leaned in, his voice dropping a little lower, like he was sharing a secret. "Simple. We want the chance to expand our presence. Your legion's been using our supply lines, our forge worlds well, now we're looking to establish a little representation on those worlds you bring into compliance." Duquesne narrowed his eyes, his mechanical arms crossing as he assessed Jackson with a calculating gaze. "Explain." "Corporate representatives," Jackson said, now gesturing grandly as if unveiling a masterpiece. "We set up shop. New branches of Valorian Giga Corporation operations on every compliant world. It's good for the economy, good for the Imperium's industrial base, hell, it's good for everybody. Everybody. And you get the best damn gear in the galaxy. How's that for a deal?" Duquesne took a long pause, his internal processors whirring as he processed the implications. "I'll need to discuss this with the Primarch." Jackson gave him a nod, his expression calm but the glint in his eyes unmistakable. "Of course. Take your time. But let me tell you, this is a win-win-win, as we say in the trade. Quality armor, guaranteed supply lines, and economic growth for all your freshly compliant worlds. Hell, even the Imperium benefits. You can't pass this up." The twin sons of Olaner cast long shadows across the blasted landscape as two demigods prepared for war. The Imperial forces had the system encircled, their fleets blocking every conceivable escape route for the massive Orc Empire that had taken root here. At the heart of this operation stood two of the Emperor's finest sons, Sanguinius, the Angel of Baal, and Franklin Valorian, the Liberator. Sanguinius couldn't help but laugh as he watched his brother make final adjustments to his war gear. Franklin's armor was a testament to the philosophy of "there's no such thing as too much firepower." Missile launchers protruded from his shoulders like the spines of some ancient dragon. Rotary cannons were mounted on each gauntlet, with additional batteries somehow fitted into his breastplate. Even his greaves housed Los cannon arrays. "And here I thought you were being utterly serious during the War Council," Sanguinius teased, his wings shifting slightly in amusement. "Isn't that right, Mr. Eldest?" Franklin's response was to preen like an oversized, heavily armed peacock. "Of course I'm the eldest, dear brother." He adjusted one of his shoulder-mounted missile pods with exaggerated care. "Just because I appreciate the finer points of humor doesn't mean I can't be serious when needed." He paused, grinning. Right, Sangi. The angel's perfect features creased into a frown. Must you call me that? Would you prefer I stop calling Robot Bobby G? Franklin asked with mock innocence. I suppose that's a lost cause, Sanguinius sighed, but there was warmth in his voice. His expression grew more serious as he watched Franklin check some readings on a data slate. Speaking of which, brother, I've been meaning to ask, why are you so interested in collecting and analyzing our genetic material? And what's this business about? He hesitated. Warp god souls. There are no gods, Franklin. Father has made that quite clear. Franklin's usual joviality dimmed slightly, replaced by something older and more knowing. He placed a massive hand on his brother's shoulder, the weight of centuries seeming to settle in his eyes. When you meet your sons, brother, you'll understand. But I won't leave you wondering. He paused, choosing his words carefully. Your legion carries a flaw, the red thirst, they call it. It drives them to consume blood, like the vampires of ancient Terra's legends. A shadow passed over Sanguinius's face, but Franklin continued, his voice gentle but firm. It's rather fitting, actually. Their gene father looks like Adrian Fahrenheit Ep, stepped right out of the old stories. His smile returned, warm and reassuring. But don't worry, brother. I'll be with you every step of the way. The angel was quiet for a long moment, processing this revelation. Perhaps, he said finally, I should meet my legion sooner rather than later. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of their transport. The Stormbird hovered above the beast's stronghold, its engines growling like some great predator. Sanguinius's melancholy vanished, replaced by the fierce joy of impending battle. Race you to the bottom, brother. He challenged, his wings spreading wide. Unless you're worried about all that hardware weighing you down. Franklin laughed, the sound carrying even over the roar of the engines. Better hurry, Sangi. Wouldn't want me stealing the beast's head from you, would we? As they prepared to drop into battle, an observer might have noted how different they appeared, one a vision of celestial beauty with his white wings and golden armor, the other a walking artillery platform with enough firepower to level a small city. Yet they moved with the easy synchronization of brothers who had fought countless battles together, who trusted each other absolutely. The Angel of Baal and the Liberator of Nova Libertas were about to remind the orcs why the Emperor's sons were feared throughout the galaxy. But more than that, they were about to demonstrate why the Brotherhood of the Primarches, when untainted by betrayal, was one of the most potent forces in the universe. Their laughter echoed across the battlefield as they launched themselves into the fray, each trying to outdo the other in their race to reach the beast. It was a moment of pure joy amidst the grim reality of war, a reminder that even demigods could find moments of simple brotherhood in the midst of humanity's greatest crusade. A/N, apparently I've had no internet for the past 3 days, which mind you had been quite a pain, given that the reason for the disruption was because of maintenance. Chapter 156, Orcs and Nephews. The reinforced adamantium walls of the beast's chamber shuddered as 2 demigods crashed through its ceiling, their impact leaving twin craters in the metal-plated floor. Debris rained down around them as they rose to their feet, the dust settling to reveal a sea of green-skinned warriors surrounding them on all sides. The chamber, vast as a cathedral's nave, echoed with the war cries of countless orcs, their crude weapons raised high. Sanguinius's wings flexed as he took in their situation, his perfect features showing a hint of chagrin. Perhaps our landing was slightly off course, brother. Franklin's response was a laugh that would have sent chills down a mortal spine, not from malice, but from the pure joy of impending violence. Target-rich environment, Sangi. That's all I see. His arsenal of weapons hummed to life. What unfolded next was nothing short of devastation orchestrated with precision. Shoulder-mounted smart missiles launched in synchronized volleys, each missile tracking its target with mechanical clarity. They curved and twisted through the air, weaving impossibly between ranks of orcs before detonating with ruthless efficiency. Explosions tore through the mob, the acrid smell of ozone and charred flesh filling the chamber. But the missile barrage was only the prelude. The main event began when Franklin's quad-rotary cannons spun to life, their roar deafening as they spat streams of munitions at unimaginable speed. Thousands of rounds per second cascaded from the barrels, their trajectories calculated with surgical accuracy to maximize destruction. Orcs dissolved into crimson vapor, their war machines reduced to scrap. The chamber's once imposing walls became riddled with countless perforations, forming patterns that seemed like constellations drawn by devastation. More orcs continued to flood into the chamber through massive doorways, but they might as well have been trying to stem a tide with their bare hands. Franklin's arsenal simply adjusted its firing solutions, incorporating the new targets into its killing equations without missing a beat. Sanguinius, his sword ready, was about to surge forward through the path his brother had cleared when his transhuman senses detected a shift in the air. A massive plasma discharge, powerful enough to vaporize a titan, streaked toward them from the chamber's far end. But it never reached them. Meters from their position, the plasma blast collided with an invisible barrier. The energy dispersed across a quantum shield, its blue flickering revealing the advanced protection system's presence for a brief moment. The technology was far beyond anything the Imperium commonly fielded, a testament to the Independence system's technological supremacy over reverse-engineered Necron tech. Through the dissipating energy of the blocked shot, they finally got a clear view of their quarry. The Primarch, Thrakar beast, stood like a mountain of muscle and crude cybernetics, his massive frame dwarfing even the largest of his subordinates. In his hands, he held what appeared to be a salvaged plasma cannon from a titan, modified and enhanced with typical orcish disregard for safety or subtlety. The beast's face split in a fanged grin as he locked eyes with Franklin. There was intelligence in those red orbs, a cunning that set him apart from his lesser brethren. "Come and get me, Daka Bringer!" he roared, his voice carrying even over the din of battle. The title was oddly appropriate, Sanguinius thought. The orcs, with their simple but profound understanding of warfare, had recognized something fundamental about his brother. Franklin didn't just bring death, he brought Daka, that indefinable orcish concept of the perfect amount of firepower. The fact that they had named him for it was perhaps the highest compliment the greenskins could offer. Franklin's response was to adjust his weapon loadout, the mechanisms of his armor whirring as they reconfigured for what promised to be an even more intense engagement. "Sangi," he said, his voice filled with that familiar mix of humor and battle lust, "I do believe the Green Gentleman is issuing a challenge." "Indeed," Sanguinius replied, his wings spreading wide as his sword began to glow with psychic energy. "Shall we teach him the error of his ways?" As the Angel of Baal surged forward beneath the covering fire of his brother's arsenal, his form seemed to swell with divine purpose, transhuman muscle and bone growing to match the titanic scale of his adversary. The beast met Sanguinius's charge with savage glee, their clash sending tremors through the chamber's foundations. The spear of Telesto found its mark, piercing the Primarch's massive frame, but even this grievous wound failed to end the monster. A retaliatory strike sent the winged Primarch reeling backward, though his superhuman grace prevented a full fall. It was then that Franklin's methodical slaughter of the orc hordes was interrupted by perhaps the most peculiar sight he'd witnessed in his long centuries of warfare. Through the smoke and chaos emerged a creature that defied conventional classification, a Krot, the ancestors of the now diminutive Grots. The being stood as tall as a small hab block, yet retained the characteristic scragginess of its diminutive predecessor. Its form was wrapped in power armor that bore signs of technological sophistication that should have been well beyond any greenskin's capability to manufacture. The creature's eyes gleamed with an intelligence that seemed almost painful in its intensity. "Behold!" The Krot's voice was a screech that somehow managed to be both grating and grandiose. "I am Stabber, Daka Bringer. I stand before you as a Krot ascended. Witness my transformation into the form of my ancestors, a cunning Krot." Franklin's response was beautifully simple, he opened fire with every weapon system at his disposal. The rounds passed harmlessly through the creature's form, causing Stabber to stamp his foot in what could only be described as a tantrum of cosmic proportions. "I wasn't done talking!" he shrieked, his voice rising to a pitch that threatened to crack the chamber's armored windows. "Do you have any idea how long I've waited to give this speech?" "You talk too damn much," Franklin replied, unleashing another devastating barrage that achieved exactly the same result as the first. This only seemed to encourage Stabber's verbose tendencies. "You don't understand the significance of this moment." The Krot began pacing, gesturing wildly with arms that seemed too long for its frame. "I am the harbinger of a new era. The first to unlock the genetic memory of the Krot species. We were once the equals of the Kruk, you know. Superior, even. While they focused on brute force, we cultivated cunning. That lumbering fool you call the beast is nothing compared to my intellectual prowess." As Stabber continued his monologue, he phased in and out of reality, attempting to flank Franklin with his superior size. The Primarch's thrusters responded instantly, carrying him across the battlefield like a mobile artillery platform, but each volley of firepower simply passed through the Krot's phasing form. "My ascension was inevitable." Stabber continued, somehow managing to maintain his speech even while engaged in dimensional combat. "The calculations alone took 17 years, 3 months, and 4 days. Did you know I had to invent 3 new forms of mathematics just to understand the basic principles? Of course you didn't. No one appreciates true genius. The Krot's ranting continued as he pressed his attack. And don't even get me started on how do you have any idea how difficult it is to maintain phase coherence while simultaneously managing a recursive probability loop? I had to rewrite the laws of physics. Twice. Franklin, having calculated the precise moment to strike, waited for Stabber to phase through another barrage. In that split second of dimensional transition, he positioned Anaris directly in the Krot's materialization path. When Stabber phased back into reality, he found himself impaled upon the legendary blade. Not so smart are you, Stabber. Franklin's chuckle was cut short by the Krot's attempt at one final speech. Actually, this proves my superior intellect because... Whatever grand revelation Stabber was about to share was permanently interrupted as his head parted company with his shoulders, bringing blessed silence to the chamber. Standing over the Krot's remains, Franklin made a mental note about his armor's bulk. The heavy weapons platforms, while devastating against hordes, had proven somewhat cumbersome against more agile opponents. Perhaps it was time to consider a new mech suit design, something that balanced firepower with mobility. Still, he couldn't help but appreciate the irony of the situation. The self-proclaimed intellectual giant of the Krot species had literally talked himself to death, too busy announcing his own brilliance to notice the trap being laid. It was a reminder that sometimes the oldest wisdom was the best, those who speak the loudest often think the least. Your head will be a trophy, Franklin chuckled as he held stored Stabber's head in his dimensional storage. In the void's unending expanse, astronomical units above the battle-scarred surface of Olaner, Battlefleet Liberty maintained its stalwart vigil. Like celestial sentinels, the fleet's vessels held the line against the unrelenting green tide, their formation a barrier. At the heart of the fleet, the flagship Sweet Liberty loomed a leviathan of steel and faith, its 10,000-kilometer frame a monument to the ingenuity and martial might of humanity. Fleet Admiral Koshka stood upon the command bridge, her form silhouetted against the tactical hololith's ethereal glow. The display showed the aftermath of their latest victory, the scattered remains of an orc battle fleet drifting like cosmic debris across the star-speckled void. But there was no time for satisfaction, no moment to savor the triumph. New signatures detected, Admiral. The sensor officer's voice cut through the ambient hum of the bridge. Attack moons about to translate into real space. Koshka's eyes narrowed as she studied the tactical overlay. The attack moons, those perverse monuments to orcish ingenuity, were more than mere weapons of war. Each was a hollowed-out planetoid, transformed by Xenos technology into both fortress and gateway. They were the anchors of reality itself, the terminus points of the orcs' crude but effective method of faster-than-light travel. Through these subspace tunnels, dubbed Waik gates by the greenskins, endless waves of reinforcements could pour into the system. Targeting solutions acquired, announced the gunnery officer, his augmented voice laden with machine-like precision. Nova cannon batteries prepared to fire upon command. Koshka's response was deliberate, her tone resolute. Initiate primary engagement protocols. For the Eagle. The moment her words rang out, Sweet Liberty's central AI, Sovereign, activated. Its voice filled the bridge, a calculated blend of authority and assurance. 0-point power core at 100%. Nova cannon batteries aligned. Energy signatures optimal. Firing solutions locked. Standing by for confirmation. Confirm and engage, Koshka commanded, her voice cutting through the mechanical hum. Sweet Liberty's Nova cannon batteries stirred to life. The Nova cannons, each the size of a hive city, aligned their barrels with mechanical precision. When the weapons fired, it was as if new suns had been born in the void, projectiles fired at the speed of light hammered against the attack moon's energy shields. The initial volley struck the attack moon's energy shields with the force of stellar phenomena. Energy cascaded across the protective barriers in waves of impossible color, the clash of technologies creating auroras visible from systems away. Where a lesser vessel's attack might have been absorbed, Sweet Liberty's firepower was beyond mortal comprehension. The energy shields of the attack moons, strained beyond their limits, collapsed in a spectacular display of electromagnetic backlash. Energy shields neutralized. Disintegration batteries primed. Awaiting orders. Koshka's voice was calm, commanding. Execute secondary barrage. The disintegration batteries unleashed their fury. Where the Nova cannons had been an overwhelming display of force, these weapons wielded precision beyond comprehension. Beams of concentrated entropy sliced through the attack moons, unraveling molecular bonds and reducing reinforced alloys to fine powder. The destructive cascade was unstoppable. The moon's massive forms began to crumble, their grotesque superstructures dissolving into shimmering clouds of particulate matter. As the beams reached their cores, catastrophic chain reactions ignited within the moon's reactors. Silence reigned in the void, but the visuals were deafening. Gigantic explosions consumed the attack moons, their destruction illuminating the battle with silent, apocalyptic beauty. The debris fields expanded, shimmering remnants of orc ambition now drifting aimlessly. Sovereign's voice punctuated the aftermath. Target integrity compromised. All attack moons neutralized. No anomalous activity detected within Wadaic gates. Kill confirmations logged, Koshka affirmed. Maintain tactical readiness. Around her, the crew resumed their work, methodically scanning for any signs of renewed orc aggression. Despite the immediate victory, none allowed complacency. Experience had taught them that in the void, danger was ever present, and the orcs' insatiable hunger for battle would not wane. The dying hours of the Battle of Olaner painted the sky in shades of amber and crimson, as countless flamers purged the remaining pockets of orc resistance. The systematic cleansing had begun, with Liberty Guard and Astartes working in perfect synchronization to ensure no spore would survive to threaten future generations. In the midst of this apocalyptic scenery, Franklin Valorian found himself in what might have been a precarious situation for any other warrior. His quad-mounted rotary cannons clicked empty after hours of continuous fire, their barrels still glowing with residual heat. The orcs, displaying their characteristic inability to recognize hopeless situations, saw this as their chance. A particularly massive orc knob, its crude armor decorated with the teeth of fallen enemies, charged forward with a roar of triumph. "Got ya now, Doka-bringer. Your shooty bits is empty." Franklin, whose armor was practically a mobile fortress of weaponry, merely smiled beneath his helm. The orc's charge brought it within perfect range of a weapons system that had, until now, remained dormant during the battle. The weapon ports embedded in his breastplate began to hum with awakening power. Time seemed to slow as the knob realized, too late, that something was about to happen. The look of dawning comprehension on its brutish face was almost comical. The chest-mounted cannons roared to life, and Franklin's voice boomed across the battlefield with perfect theatrical timing, "Tiddy bolters." As his quad cannons finished their reload cycle with a satisfying chunk, Franklin surveyed the carnage around him. "And that, my sons," he announced to no one in particular, "is why switching to Tiddy guns is faster than reloading." A young Liberty Eagle, relatively new to the Legion, turned to his veteran sergeant. "Is our Primarch always like this?" The sergeant's response carried the weight of centuries of experience. "Son, you haven't even seen him when he gets his hands on the really big guns." Franklin spotted his brother Sanguinius approaching, dragging something massive behind him. The angel's armor bore the marks of his titanic struggle or might cracked, golden surfaces scarred, but his bearing remained regal as ever. Behind him, leaving a furrow in the blood-stained earth, was the severed head of Thrakar beast. The Primarch's features were frozen in a final expression of defiant rage, its massive jaw still set in a challenging snarl even in death. "A trophy?" Franklin asked, his tone carrying a note of concern beneath its usual levity. "You know that's a bad idea, right?" Spores and all that, his eyes tracked over his brother's form, noting the damage but relieved to see no serious wounds beneath the battered armor. Sanguinius paused, his perfect features momentarily clouded with doubt as he looked at the monstrous head. The act felt strange, unconventional. He had rarely kept physical trophies of victory. Such gestures often struck him as crude, more fitting for Engren or Russ. Yet, this was no ordinary feat. "A trophy," he echoed softly, his voice carrying an uncharacteristic mixture of pride and hesitation. "According to that temporal data you shared with me, not many could claim to have killed a Primarch in solo combat." He straightened, wings flexing unconsciously as he added with a faint smile, "Only you, me, and Father are recorded to have accomplished such a feat." He glanced at the bloodied head again, his expression softening. "It feels strange to keep such a thing, brother. It's not in my nature to revel in the death of another, even a Xenos monstrosity like this." A flicker of vulnerability crossed his face, the rare moment when he allowed himself to share his inner conflict. "But this is special. Few in all of existence can claim such a victory. This trophy isn't just for me. It's for our brothers. For the Imperium." Franklin gave him a knowing look, his smirk tinged with warmth. "I get it. This isn't about showing off. It's about reminding the galaxy and yourself of what's possible." Sanguinius nodded, a measure of his usual confidence returning. I can't always be living in your shadow, can I? He teased, his smile warming. But this will be the only one. One trophy. Nothing more. I don't wish to make a habit of this. Franklin's response was characteristically practical and surprisingly thoughtful. With a casual motion that belied the technological wonder of the act, he produced a tesseract vault, a marvel of engineering that could preserve matter indefinitely while projecting a perfect holographic representation. Store it in there, he explained, tossing the device to his brother with the casual ease of someone sharing a canteen rather than an artifact of incredible technological sophistication. It'll display the trophy through a projection, and it's compact enough to fit in any reasonable display space. No need to worry about decay or, he wrinkled his nose, the smell. Franklin then tracked the ground, and well, orc spores too. Sanguinius chuckled, some of the tension in his shoulders easing. Thanks, Franklin. His gratitude was more than for the vault, it was for his brother's understanding, for the acceptance of this momentary indulgence, and for the care in how it would be preserved. As Sanguinius carefully stored his trophy in the vault, Franklin watched with the indulgent expression of an older brother humoring a younger sibling's enthusiasm. Franklin draped his arm across his brother's shoulders, the gesture casual despite their towering statures. The contrast between them was striking, Franklin's tech-enhanced bulk against Sanguinius's angelic grace, yet the familial comfort between them was undeniable. Come now, brother, Franklin said, his usual humor tempered by seriousness. After the cleanup, we need to address your legion's situation. I think we should get Magnus involved as well, his insight into the more esoteric aspects could be valuable. The angel's smile carried a hint of melancholy as he nodded. I've read the reports about my legion, Franklin. The Revenant Legion. He paused, considering his words carefully. I believe I need to address their fundamental issues first. Franklin nodded, and then did something rare, he sighed. It was a sound weighted with centuries of experience and concern. Most of the Imperium refused to arm them, you know. I couldn't stand for that, they're my nephews, after all. But... He shook his head, by the throne, when I did arm them, they just became extremely well-equipped cannibals. Not exactly the outcome I was hoping for. Sanguinius couldn't help but chuckle at his brother's exasperation. It was a rare sight to see Franklin sighing about anything. The Liberator usually met challenges with unstoppable optimism and firepower. But there was something endearing about his brother's frustration with the Revenant's particular interpretation of military doctrine. The angel felt a deep warmth of gratitude toward his brother. Where the wider Imperium had turned its back on his sons, seeing them as dangerous and uncontrollable, Franklin had reached out with practical support and concern. Even if the end result was a legion of well-armed cannibals, at least they were well-armed. It spoke volumes about Franklin's character, his willingness to help family despite the risks and complications. At least they listen when I point them at something, Franklin added, finding some humor in the situation. They're remarkably effective at exterminating hostile empires. Armstrong's actually proud of them, keeps going on about freedom to act and such. The mention of Franklin's second captain, the notorious Armstrong, brought a thoughtful expression to Sanguinius's face. The angel had heard many stories about Franklin's left hand, the executioner of the Liberty Eagles. It made a certain kind of sense that Armstrong would approve of the Revenant's extreme nature. The man's own reputation for decisive and often devastating action was well known throughout the Imperium. They stood together, watching the cleanup operations continue across the battlefield, each lost in thoughts about the challenges that lay ahead. But they would face those challenges together, as brothers should. Their conversation had touched on something fundamental about their relationship, the way Franklin's practical support and Sanguinius's optimistic acceptance of his son's nature complemented each other. Where others saw only flaws and dangers, they saw family, albeit family that needed careful guidance and occasional redirection toward appropriate targets. Chapter 157, Development and Paths to Cure. As Fukin traversed the halls of his brother's seaside palace, he found himself struck by the fascinating contradictions of the space. The exterior, with its regal architecture and meticulously maintained gardens, spoke of imperial might and authority. Yet the interior told a different, more intimate story, one that revealed much about his brother Franklin's character. The warmth of the interior caught Fukin's attention immediately. As a master craftsman himself, he appreciated the thoughtful blend of materials, rich wooden panels that seemed to absorb and reflect light in equal measure, plush carpets that muffled his heavy footsteps, and furnishings that, while sized appropriately for Primarches, managed to avoid the usual cold grandiosity of imperial architecture. The overall effect was more akin to a well-loved home than a symbol of authority. The activity around the palace grounds caught Fukin's attention immediately. There was an efficient harmony between organic and artificial custodians that spoke to the technological advancement of Nova Libertas, something Fukin had come to expect in his brother's sector. Gardeners worked alongside hovering drones, the latter reaching high places to water hanging plants while their human counterparts focused on the delicate work of planting new flowers. The scene was remarkably peaceful, housekeepers directing cleaning drones with casual familiarity, as if the advanced technology was simply another tool in their arsenal rather than something to be feared or revered. "Fukin, you're here, great. Come. Take the elevator to the third underground floor." Franklin's voice echoed through a hidden Vox system, directing him to the underground levels. Fukin couldn't help but smile at his brother's informal greeting. No ceremony, no announcements, just a straightforward invitation to come down and meet. It was refreshingly direct, much like Franklin himself. The interior of the palace proved even more intriguing than its exterior. The lit path guiding him through the corridors was an elegant solution, far more welcoming than the usual armed escorts or servitor guides found in other imperial residences. The floors themselves were covered in plush carpets, their patterns subtle yet intricate, providing a warmth that contrasted sharply with the cold marble and stone common to imperial architecture. But it was the trophy room that truly captured Fukin's attention, stopping him in his tracks. As a hunter himself, he appreciated the display not just for its impressive specimens, but for what it revealed about his brother. The room told stories, each mounted head accompanied by a date and location, creating a chronicle of Franklin's hunts across the stars. The Frost Swarm Lord's massive head dominated the central display, its placement and the date marking it as a relatively recent kill from 820.M30. What struck Fukin most was not just what was present, but what was absent. Despite Franklin's legendary combat record, there were no Eldar trophies among the displays. This spoke volumes about his brother's character. These were not monuments to warfare or conquest, but rather testimonies to hunts against truly bestial opponents. There was an honor in that distinction that Fukin, with his own strong moral code, could appreciate. The descent to the -3RD floor gave Fukin time to appreciate how different this was from his own fortress on Nocturne. Where his home embraced the harsh conditions of his adopted world, Franklin had created something that seemed to welcome visitors from any world. Both approaches had their merits, but Fukin could see how his brother's style would facilitate the kind of diplomatic and cultural exchanges that the Great Crusade ultimately aimed to achieve. The warmth of the place wasn't just in its temperature, though it was notably comfortable, but in its very essence. The lighting was warm and natural, despite being artificial. The air carried subtle, pleasant scents from the gardens above. Even the elevator moved with a smoothness that spoke of advanced technology applied to everyday comfort rather than just military efficiency. Most telling was how the staff, both human and mechanical, went about their duties. There was none of the fearful reverence that often accompanied the presence of a Primarch. Instead, their respectful acknowledgements seemed genuine, suggesting they were well used to the presence of their superhuman lord and had found him to be a benevolent presence. This, Fukin reflected, was perhaps the most impressive trophy his brother had collected, not the massive head of the Frost Swarm Lord, but the creation of a space where the superhuman and the human could coexist comfortably. It was a physical manifestation of the bridge between humanity's current state and its potential future, much like the Primarches themselves. As the elevator continued its descent, Fukin found himself curious about what his brother had to show him in the underground levels. Given the careful thought evident in every other aspect of this place, he suspected it would be something worth seeing. The lit path, the comfortable surroundings, the integration of advanced technology, all of it suggested a mind that valued both progress and preservation, innovation and tradition. These were qualities Fukin appreciated, even if his own expression of them took a different form. The trophy room's image lingered in his mind not for its grandeur, but for its storytelling. Each specimen was carefully preserved and presented with information about its origin and the date of the hunt. It was as much a natural history exhibition as it was a display of martial prowess. This approach to recording and sharing knowledge, even in what could have been a simple boast of hunting prowess, spoke to Franklin's deeper understanding of the imperial truth, the importance of understanding the galaxy they sought to unite. The wave of familiar heat that greeted Fukin as the elevator doors opened brought an immediate smile to his face. This was a place he understood, the breath of the forge, the hammer's song, the ceaseless movement of machinery. Yet, what stretched before him surpassed even his own storied expertise. To his right, a production line thrummed with arcane efficiency. Energy was harnessed, crystallized, and transmuted into pure materials by methods that defied ordinary comprehension, scientific precision entwined with what any layman might call sorcery. Fukin's keen eye followed the graceful movements of an assistant automata, its elegance a stark contrast to the crude servitors of Mars, as it delivered these immaculate materials to a smith. The smith, bristling with servo arms, moved with unerring precision, crafting components with a speed and skill that would humble the most seasoned artisans of old Terra. Every movement in the forge seemed calculated and purposeful. These workers were masters of efficiency without sacrificing the meticulous craftsmanship Fukin so deeply respected. Their salutes to him were genuine, born of recognition for a peer in their ancient craft. Fukin's nods and words of praise were equally heartfelt, acknowledging their artistry and dedication. While the Liberton forges emphasized output over individual artistry, they had transformed mass production itself into a form of art. As Fukin stepped into the main forge chamber, the scene that met him nearly made him chuckle. Franklin stood by a prototype mech suit, its design hovering between a mobile fortress and a war machine. Beside it, two towering intellects of mechanical engineering engaged in what could only be described as a ferocious debate. Belisarius Call, the fabricator general of Mars, dominated the space as much with his presence as with his words. His mechadendrites twitched and gestured, some sketching mid-air diagrams. The incorporation of Necron chronometrics isn't merely ambitious, it is vital. His tone was that of a lecturer speaking to a particularly slow student. A battlesuit that manipulates time itself would redefine combat doctrine. Imagine motion unbound by the linear constraints of the material realm. Across from him, Chief Engineer Cortez stood firm, her demeanor sharp and uncompromising. Where Call's augmentations were grandiose, hers were understated, a testament to her preference for efficiency over spectacle. And where, Belisarius, do you propose to fit these temporal modules? Between the dimensional storage drives and the shield generators already overloading the power matrix. She tapped an illuminated display of the prototype's internals, her frustration clear. We're cramming battleship-grade weapons into this platform, and you want to add a temporal field generator? The heat alone will turn it into a miniature star. Call's optics flared, his voice a mixture of indignation and impatience. The solution is obvious: scale up. A larger chassis can accommodate both the heat dissipation requirements and the chronometric arrays. The zero-point energy core we've developed has power reserves vast enough to fuel entire segmentums. Why limit ambition when we can achieve perfection? Ambition doesn't equal practicality, Cortez shot back, arms crossed. Her voice was steady but edged with exasperation. We've already reached the structural limits of the suit. Adding more systems isn't engineering, it's madness. Instead of making it bigger, we make it smarter. More efficient. Tactical brilliance isn't measured by raw size. Call's mechadendrites stilled for a fraction of a second, then sprang back to life. Efficiency through temporal manipulation, he intoned, his voice now almost reverent. A dilation field would provide the cooling time required without physically expanding the system. Time becomes a resource, not a constraint. Cortez's lips thinned into a line. And when the chronometrics destabilize the dimensional storage units? She countered. We're already bending the laws of physics just to fit the shielding. Add time manipulation, and this suit won't function in 3 dimensions, let alone reality. Call seemed unperturbed. Perhaps multidimensionality is precisely what we need. A suit capable of operating across 12-dimensional space would render most conventional forces obsolete. By the eagle's talons, Cortez groaned, dragging a hand down her face. We're building a combat suit, Belisarius. Not rewriting the fundamental laws of the universe. Franklin, standing to the side with arms crossed, watched the exchange with thinly veiled amusement. He glanced at Fukin, his expression saying clearly, "This is what I deal with daily." As the clamor of Call and Cortez's debate faded into the background, Franklin passed a data slate to Fukin. The flickering holographs that sprang to life before him didn't just speak of a new design, they radiated something far more profound. Fukin's eyes narrowed, a deep sense of awe taking hold as he scrolled through the schematics, his seasoned mind immediately grasping the magnitude of what lay before him. This is more than a refinement of armor, Fukin remarked, his voice slow, deliberate. This is a reinvention. You've bypassed what we once believed to be the boundaries of possibility. Franklin's lips curled into a slight smile, not of arrogance, but of the quiet satisfaction of an idea well formed. It's a new way of thinking, he said, his tone carrying the certainty of someone who knew the implications. Fukin's gaze flicked across the schematics, each layer more extraordinary than the last. Where others might have focused on conventional ways to augment combat effectiveness, Franklin had chosen a path that sought to transcend the very limitations of physical warfare. Dimensional storage systems, Fukin murmured as he zoomed in on a crucial subsystem. Not just for holding extra weapons, but portals that reach across space-time. You're talking about reshaping how we perceive the very act of fighting. Franklin nodded, his fingers brushing over the projections. Why limit yourself to what you can carry when you can bring forth anything from anywhere? The battlefield is not bound by distance or physical constraint when you can access your entire armory at will. The design itself was deceptively simple. Gone were the cumbersome mounts and external weapons that burdened traditional power armor. Instead, the surface was sleek, almost organic in its elegance, a fusion of form and function. And the protection it afforded was nothing short of revolutionary adamantic shields, quantum barriers, conversion fields and a secret Liberton alloy tyranimite-toramite, all woven into a seamless whole. The power requirements must be astronomical, Fukin noted, examining the specifications for the zero-point energy core. A power source that could energize all segmentums and still have enough left to power neighboring galaxies, and you're putting it into a single suit of armor. He shook his head in amazement. Only you would think of something so audacious, brother. Not simply channeling, Franklin corrected with a flicker of humor in his eyes. Harnessing it. Every weapon, every tool, every resource, summoned through portals created by tapping into the very fabric of reality. Fukin leaned in closer, his mind already stretching the possibilities. You're speaking of a true revolution, Franklin. A system that redefines what it means to be a single warrior in combat. No more waiting for reinforcements or specialized equipment to arrive. This would be like carrying an entire army's worth of firepower with you. Franklin's grin widened, the idea clearly striking at the core of his ambitions. Exactly. At any moment, I can have the right weapon for the task. Whether it's an orbital strike or a delicate surgical strike, it's all at my fingertips. Every tool, at my command. Fukin's mind raced as he traced the power distribution network. The forging of the alloys to endure the stresses of this. The dimensional rifts could tear the very structure apart if the materials aren't perfect. You've accounted for that. Franklin's eyes glinted with a mixture of pride and determination. I've engineered the core structure for stability, but the forging process is the key. The molecular alignment must be flawless, or else the armor itself could unravel. That's why I need your expertise. The heat treatment required is beyond anything we've attempted. Fukin felt a deep sense of pride as he realized that his brother not only valued his craft but actively sought to push it to unprecedented heights. You ask for a challenge worthy of the forges of Nocturne, Fukin said, his voice rich with respect. Such a task will push my craft to its very limits, but it is a challenge I am honored to accept. As they delved into the finer details, Fukin could see how Franklin's design was more than just technology, it was a philosophy. A new paradigm for war. One that broke through the constraints of conventional thinking, not just expanding the boundaries, but obliterating them entirely. Every component, every decision, was part of a greater vision, one that would allow Franklin to wield not just power, but control over the battlefield itself. You've never been one to think small, Fukin observed, a slight chuckle escaping him. Most would have been content with the ability to change weapons in a split second. But you've gone a step further, giving yourself the ability to command the full range of your arsenal at any moment. Why settle for the expected when you have the means to rewrite the rules? Franklin replied with an easy confidence. The shifting tactics of our enemies demand flexibility, adaptability. Being able to respond to any threat, any situation, with the right weapon, that's the edge I need. Fukin, his mind racing with possibilities, nodded in agreement. I've already begun drafting the modifications required. We will forge something truly exceptional here. The forges of Nocturne will be at your service, brother. I knew I could count on you, Franklin said, his voice warm with appreciation. I've already arranged for the materials to be shipped to Nocturne. They'll be waiting for you. As the conversation continued, the two brothers worked seamlessly together, their collective enthusiasm turning what was once a simple idea into something tangible, something destined to change the very nature of warfare. Fukin looked over the plans again, his mind already envisioning the challenges ahead. This would be no simple task, but then again, nothing ever worth achieving was. He knew this project would leave an indelible mark on the future. And this time, he would be part of that legacy. In the vast laboratories aboard the Sweet Liberty, 3 of the Emperor's sons stood around a holographic display showing intricate strands of gene sequences. The laboratory itself was a marvel of both function and form, with pristine white surfaces housing equipment that would make even the most advanced Mechanicum Forge world envious. Floating drones carried data slates between workstations while automated systems processed information efficiently. Sanguinius's wings shifted restlessly as he studied the rotating double helix before them, his angelic features drawn in concentration. Magnus' single eye glowed with intensity as he processed the genetic information, while Franklin maintained an unusually serious expression, though the slight upturn at the corner of his mouth suggested he was already formulating ideas. "Good news, brother," Magnus began, his deep voice resonating through the chamber. "The red thirst isn't the work of any hostile warp creatures. It's a genetic flaw deeply embedded in the revenant's gene seed." The Crimson King manipulated the hologram with a gesture, highlighting specific sequences. Sanguinius nodded slowly, his golden hair catching the light from the displays. Though others might have missed it, his brothers could see the slight relaxation in his shoulders, the burden of possible warp taint lifted from them. He turned his gaze to Franklin, who had begun pacing around the display with the casual confidence that marked all his movements. "Well then, that's good news," Franklin said, running a hand through his brown hair. "However, genetic manipulation isn't as easy as 1,2,3. He paused, reaching for a data slate. "Sangi, take a look at this, the Blood Ravens chapter. There's something special." As Sanguinius began reading, Franklin continued, "I suspect they're your successors, brother. They developed their own management technique for the red thirst. While they haven't cured it completely, they've found a way to redirect it through pre-progenitor implant conditioning. It's more of a psychological intervention than a physical alteration." Magnus leaned forward, his massive frame casting shadows across the workstation. "Fascinating. They've channeled the energy into intellectual pursuits rather than letting it manifest as bloodlust. A remarkable adaptation." Sanguinius's expression darkened as he continued reading, his wings spreading slightly, a subtle sign of agitation. His eyes widened at certain passages, and his grip on the data slate tightened enough that the adamantium frame creaked in protest. "Thieves!" he finally burst out, his voice a mixture of incredulity and indignation. "You want to turn my sons into thieves?" He thrust the data slate toward Franklin accusingly. "They take everything that isn't bolted to the ground. They even took Bjorn the Fell-Handed." His voice rose with each word, the legendary composure of the angel cracking. "Franklin, I will not have it." Franklin's response was to chuckle, a sound that would have seemed suicidal in the face of an angry Primarch if it had come from anyone else. "Now hold on, brother," he said, raising his hands in a placating gesture that somehow managed to seem both respectful and slightly mocking. "Think about what we're seeing here. Your son's genetic drive for blood has been sublimated into a drive for knowledge and artifacts. Yes, they might be a bit enthusiastic in their collection methods, but consider the alternative." Magnus stepped between them, his towering form serving as both mediator and visual aid. "Franklin has a point, Sanguinius. The Blood Raven's obsession with relics and learning, while sometimes leading to questionable acquisition methods, is far preferable to uncontrolled bloodlust. They've turned a potentially devastating flaw into something that, while not perfect, at least doesn't result in death and madness." Sanguinius's wings folded back, his anger gradually giving way to contemplation. "But surely there must be a better way," he said, his voice carrying a note of desperation that he rarely allowed others to hear. "My sons deserve better than to become kleptomaniacs." Franklin's expression softened, showing the genuine care he held for his brothers beneath his usual irreverent exterior. "Brother, we're not suggesting this as the final solution. Think of it as proof of concept evidence that the red thirst can be redirected. The Blood Ravens found one way to do it, but with this knowledge, we could potentially develop better methods. More controlled ones. And less likely to result in the theft of venerated dreadnoughts," Magnus added dryly, causing Franklin to suppress another chuckle. "Thieves? Come now, you know how it is. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Besides," he swiped to another file, "I've got a much more interesting case for you. The Lamenters, they discovered a cure for the red thirst, or at least, they thought they did. But their attempts ended in disaster, and it was directly tied to their lack of mastery over the warp." He turned to Magnus. They were royally screwed over. Let's just leave it at that." Magnus' expression darkened slightly, and his eye narrowed, his mind already piecing together the tragedy of the Lamenters. "A lesson in the dangers of delving too deeply into the warp without sufficient control," he muttered. "That could be most dangerous for any chapter seeking to meddle with such powerful forces." Franklin's tone grew serious as he spoke again, his eyes flicking between his two brothers. "I have a solution. A way forward. But it will take significant resources. The Emperor's involvement would be necessary. At the mention of their father's name, Magnus' gaze sharpened, his single eye gleaming with wariness. "Brother," he interjected, his voice heavy with caution, "you know what this implies. Any ritual that calls for the Emperor's direct intervention is not without its immense risks. I strongly suggest we consider the Blood Raven's method first." Sanguinius stood in silence, his wings flicking nervously. His face was unreadable as he absorbed their words, caught between distaste for the Blood Raven's unorthodox methods and the desperate need to free his sons from their affliction. Finally, he spoke, his voice carrying the burden of command. "Very well," he said, his tone edged with reluctance. "We will proceed with the Blood Raven's approach first. But," he emphasized, his gaze locking onto both Franklin and Magnus, "I want to understand exactly how their conditioning works. No shortcuts. No assumptions. We test everything, thoroughly." Franklin grinned and pushed himself away from the workbench, his energy palpable. "Of course. That's why we're here, right? Magnus will handle the warp aspects, I'll handle the genetics, and you," he gestured playfully to Sanguinius, "can ensure we don't accidentally end up with a chapter of kleptomaniacs." Sanguinius's lips twitched in spite of himself, the faintest smile playing across his face. "Your humor does not make this situation easier, brother." "No," Franklin agreed, "but it certainly makes it less grim. Now," he turned to Magnus, "let's take a look at these conditioning protocols. Magnus, what do you make of these psycho-indoctrination patterns?" Magnus' massive form loomed over the main console, his single eye blazed with intellectual excitement. "The psychological architecture is fascinating," he murmured, examining the data in front of him. "See how they've constructed these cognitive feedback loops? It's brilliant, efficacious, but perhaps a little too harsh in its methods." Chapter 158, The Ninth Legion. Within the crystalline spires of craft-world Ulthui, the Ildari gathered at viewing ports and observation domes, their gazes fixed upon the titanic vessel that loomed alongside their home. The Sweet Liberty's colossal presence cast deep shadows across Ulthui's elegant wraithbone structures, its cathedral bridge a stark monolith of tyranimite, blackstone, and adamantium against the endless void. "Is that supposed to impress us?" scoffed a young Ildari from the path of the sculptor, her tone laced with disdain. She leaned casually against the viewport, her sculptor's tools idly tapping against her palm. "Flying buttresses? A cathedral as a bridge? It's gaudy. Do the Mundaki ever do anything without drowning it in crude excess?" A ripple of haughty laughter followed from her companions. A ranger, clad in the muted garb of one who had wandered the galaxy's shadowed edges, offered a sardonic smile. "You mock their excess, yet you've never stood beneath such a vessel's shadow, young one." He gestured with a gloved hand toward the ship. "The humans call it Gothic architecture. Crude it may be, but look closer. The vessel is as long as Ulthui itself, if not longer. Their excess has purpose." The young sculptor rolled her eyes. "Purpose, perhaps, but no refinement. It's a monument to their brutish nature." "Brutish, is it?" came a measured voice from behind them. An elder Ildari approached, his presence commanding instant respect. His robes, marked with ancient glyphs of the path of the seer, shimmered faintly in the ethereal glow of the wraithbone. His every step seemed to carry the weight of millennia. "Your youth blinds you," the seer intoned, his voice soft but resonant with wisdom. "You see ornamentation and dismiss it as vulgarity. That vessel is no mere ship. It carries the hand of Cain himself." The younger Ildari stilled, their casual scorn evaporating like mist under the dawn. The seer's words bore a gravity that demanded silence. "The hand of Cain." A young aspect warrior from the path of the dire Avenger murmured, her voice trembling with barely contained excitement. "You speak of the one they call Franklin Valorian? Is it true then, the rumors of Camaraka's fall?" The elder seer's eyes grew distant, as though peering through the skeins of time and memory. "True, indeed. I witnessed it through the strands of fate. Sweet Liberty led the assault, the void itself screamed, and Camarak." His voice lowered, heavy with awe. "Camarak burned." The younger Ildari exchanged wide-eyed glances, their disbelief tempered by the seer's unassailable authority. Whispers rippled among them, as though the fall of the Dark City had suddenly grown tangible. "But how?" demanded a young warlock, her tone both incredulous and defiant. "The defenses of Camarak are unmatched, a labyrinth of malice and shadow. Not even Asuryan's light could pierce its depths. The hand of Cain wields an arras, came the voice of a battle-worn exarch from the striking scorpions, stepping forward with deliberate precision. Her emerald armor gleamed faintly, scarred by countless battles. A blade forged in our god's fury. Where it strikes, even shadows flee. That ship, she gestured to the sweet Liberty, is not excess. It is war incarnate. Each spire conceals weapons to shatter worlds, its shields could laugh off the heat of suns. The sculptor faltered, her arrogance giving way to reluctant awe. So the architecture, it is not mere ornamentation. The elder seer nodded solemnly. It is both functional and symbolic. The Mundaki revere war as their religion, and that vessel is their cathedral. It carries not just warriors, but their god's chosen champion. A deep hush settled over the gathering. The young sculptor turned back to the viewport, her earlier scorn replaced by silent contemplation. I heard, ventured a young warlock, her voice barely a whisper, that during the assault on Kumarak, the hand of Cain led the charge himself. They say he strode through the dark streets with Anaris blazing, and even the shadows burned in his wake. The elder seer's expression grew grave. You heard correctly. I have seen it in the threads of fate. He is no ordinary Mundaki. His might is Cain's, his blade blessed by the war god's fury. The sweet Liberty is not merely a ship. It is a chariot of divine wrath. Pray that it remains our ally, for I have seen what befalls those who stand against it. Silence fell once more as the Ildari gazed upon the sweet Liberty, their earlier derision now replaced by respect and no small measure of unease. For in this dark millennium, even the pride of the Ildari had to bow to the realities of a galaxy where gods walked among mortals. In the crystal-spired chamber of prophecy aboard Ulthui, the ancient Farsur's voice carried the weight of apocalyptic visions. His weathered hands traced patterns in the air that left lingering trails of psychic residue, each gesture emphasized by the distant silhouette of Sweet Liberty's cathedral bridge looming beyond the wraithbone walls. When the hand of Cain arrives, the Farsur intoned, his voice resonating with the crystalline structures around them, you must heed these warnings, lest your souls be scattered to the void. The gathered Ildari youth leaned forward, their earlier dismissiveness replaced by growing unease as psychic pressure built in the chamber. Do not look into his eyes, the first warning fell like a hammer strike. For in them burns the fury of a war god reborn, and few minds can withstand such terrible majesty. The air grew heavier, charged with the weight of prophecy. Do not gaze upon Anaris, for it is not merely a blade, it is Cain's own hatred given form, and its edge cuts deeper than mere flesh. The Farsur's robes billowed in a wind that existed only in the realm of souls. But above all, prepare yourselves for what comes next. Cain himself will test you. Your mind's eye will be filled with war unending, with slaughter beyond measure, with murder given purpose and destruction made sacred. His voice dropped to a whisper that somehow carried more weight than his previous pronouncements. The dead will walk again, wreathed in divine flames. Perhaps you will see those you have lost, burning with Cain's fury, fighting battles that echo across eternity. A young Eldar, her hands still bearing the calluses of the path of the sculptor, stepped forward. Pride and skepticism warred in her features as she addressed the Farsur. Are you asking us to kneel to a Mundaki, Elder? To prostrate ourselves before one of their kind? The words carried the arrogance of youth, of one who had not yet learned the cost of pride. The Farsur's eyes blazed with inner fire as he turned to her. Franklin Valorian is not merely another human warlord, young one. He is the hand of Cain, the champion of war itself. To show him respect is to venerate our own god of war. His fingers traced complex patterns in the air. Perhaps you need to understand the price of doubting this truth. With a gesture that cracked reality itself, the Farsur reached out and touched the young sculptor's brow. Witness what befell those who questioned his authority in Altansar. The vision slammed into her consciousness with the force of a dying sun. She stood in Altansar's Grand Council chamber, where another Farsur stood in defiance. We bow to no Mundaki, that long-dead voice declared. No matter what claims he makes to divine favor. The words had barely left his lips when reality fractured. A tornado of living flame erupted in the chamber's heart, and within it strode a figure of such terrible majesty that reality itself seemed to recoil. Cain, the bloody-handed god, manifested in all his horrific glory. The god's burning gaze fell upon the questioning Farsur, and in that moment, judgment was passed. There was no ceremony, no grand declaration. There was only fire, holy, consuming fire that reduced the doubter to ash in seconds. The flames burned so hot they seared themselves into the skein of fate itself, a warning to all who would witness this moment in years to come. The young sculptor stumbled as the vision released her, her face pale as wraith bone. The farcer steadied her with a gentle hand, though his voice remained hard as steel. Remember this well, young one. Franklin Valorian walks a path blessed by not one, but two of our surviving gods. Seguruk, the laughing god himself, has also marked him as chosen. The farcer's gaze swept the chamber, ensuring every young Ildari present felt the weight of his words. The Harlequins themselves danced to celebrate his victories, their performances telling tales of a champion who bridges the gap between our peoples. He gestured toward Sweet Liberty's silhouette. That vessel carries more than just weapons of war. It carries hope, terrible, violent hope, but hope nonetheless. In an age where our gods lie dead or scattered, two have chosen this being. Do not make the mistake of dismissing this miracle because of your prejudices. The chamber fell silent as the implications settled over the gathered Ildari. The young sculptor bowed her head, her earlier pride transformed into understanding. I thank you for this lesson, Elder. I begin to understand why the Black Library's gates opened for him. The farcer nodded, a ghost of a smile touching his ancient features. Now you begin to grasp the truth. When he walks among us, you will see signs that cannot be ignored. The infinity circuits will pulse with renewed vigor. The avatar of Cain will stir in its shrine, responding to its master's champion. Even the Wraithbone itself will sing in harmonies not heard since the fall. He turned to gaze out at Sweet Liberty once more. We are the Eldar, and we have walked the stars since before humanity learned to make fire. But even we must recognize when the gods themselves choose to reshape destiny. Franklin Valorian is such a reshaping, a weapon forged in humanity's furnace but tempered by our gods' own hands. The younger Eldar gathered closer, their earlier skepticism replaced by a mix of awe and trepidation. They understood now that they stood at the cusp of something unprecedented, a moment where ancient prophecies were being rewritten, where the boundaries between their peoples were being redrawn by divine hands. The farcer's final words echoed in the chamber like a death knell, "Prepare yourselves, children of Ulthwi. War's champion approaches, and with him comes change that will echo across the stars themselves." The Stormbird's landing thrusters cast ethereal patterns across Ulthwi's crystalline hangar deck, its armored bulk descending with practiced precision. Despite its considerable mass, the vessel moved as if guided by an unseen hand, a blend of human engineering and divine intent. The ancient Wraithbone pillars thrummed with psychic resonance as Franklin Valorian's transport touched down, as if the craft world itself acknowledged the arrival of purpose made manifest. The hand of Cain disembarked with ease, his armor, a masterpiece of trianimite, shimmered with a light that seemed to resonate with Ulthwi's infinity circuit, as though the craft world and its guest shared a fleeting moment of synchronicity. Behind him, John Ezra followed like a living shadow, his silent presence a reminder that even demigods value guardianship. Awaiting them stood Ulthwi's highest council, the farcers arrayed in flowing robes that whispered of prophecy, their masked faces gleaming faintly under the crystalline light. At their center loomed Eldrad Ulthran, his centuries-worn visage hidden behind a mask that radiated authority. Beside him stood the Autarch, their war mask frozen in an expression of eternal vigilance. As one, the gathered Ildari placed their hands on their chests and saluted, voices weaving a chorus that echoed both in reality and through the web of fate, "Hail Kala Mencha Cain." Franklin acknowledged the gesture with a casual wave, his demeanor exuding a confidence that rendered formality unnecessary. He strode forward with an ease that spoke of countless encounters with such august assemblies, his movements fluid yet commanding, like a tide that none could resist. Eldrad met Franklin halfway, extending a hand in a gesture that was at once ancient and strangely human. "Good to see you, Eldrad," Franklin said, his voice a rich baritone that carried both the weight of command and the warmth of familiarity. "And you, Franklin," Eldrad replied, his tone a careful balance of gravitas and dry wit. The farcer's eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint, as if he'd already glimpsed the Primarch's inevitable quip. Franklin wasted no time. "Got your message," he said, cutting straight to the point with his characteristic directness. "What's this about a Krug? And don't give me some long-winded prophecy, I'm too busy for riddles." His hand brushed the hilt of an arrow as he spoke, the weapon thrumming faintly, as if eager for action. "We've been mopping up Orc Waoix left and right, including taking down the prime Orc beast at Ulaner. Hell of a fight, by the way. Is this just another case of you seeing spooky shapes in the skein?" Eldrad's lips twitched. "Franklin, I can assure you that if this were just spooky shapes, I wouldn't have bothered calling you." He paused, tapping his staff lightly against the hangar floor, sending subtle ripples of psychic resonance through the Wraithbone. "The visions I've seen." He hesitated, uncharacteristically solemn. Let's just say the beast of Olaner would look like a grot in comparison. A ripple of unease passed through the gathered farceurs, their psychic connection thrumming with tension. Eldrad ignored it, his focus fixed solely on Franklin. The Kruk, he continued, his voice low and deliberate, are no mere greenskins. They were created as weapons of war in the days of the Old Ones, designed to challenge even the gods themselves. For millennia, that potential has been lost, eroded by time and degradation. But now, one of them remembers. His staff struck the ground again, this time with a force that resonated through the hangar like a clarion call. Franklin's expression hardened, the faintest narrowing of his eyes betraying the furious calculations taking place within his mind. Location? He asked, his voice clipped and deadly serious. Eldrad offered a faint, enigmatic smile. Ah, that's the problem. The skein shows many possibilities, too many for even me to untangle. But one thing is clear, every path, every outcome, revolves around you, Hand of Cain. You and that audacious monstrosity you call Sweet Liberty. Franklin let out a dry chuckle, his smirk returning. Great. Another mess I get to clean up. All right, Eldrad, tell me everything. 8:45:30 m. Tager Pentarus. Thunder rolled across Tager Pentaurus like artillery fire, nature's own bombardment accompanying the moment that would reshape destiny. The monsoon's fury lashed at the world below, turning the assembly grounds into a canvas of grey water striking ceramite, mud churning beneath armoured boots, lightning casting stark shadows across faces that would soon become legend. Franklin Valorian, the Hand of Cain, stood beside his brother as their gunship's ramp descended, steam rising where raindrops struck metal still hot from atmospheric entry. A knowing smirk played across his features as he gestured toward the assembled warriors below. Here's the Revenant Legion, he announced, his voice carrying despite the storm's rage. The well-armed cannibals and my nephews your sons. Sanguinius remained silent, his perfect features frozen in an expression that spoke volumes to those who knew how to read it. Before him stood the Revenant Legion, soon to be renamed the Blood Angels, their grey armor drinking in the rain like thirsty stone. Before him, standing in ranks, stood the Revenant Legion. They waited in formation, statues at attention in the storm. Helmetless, they were graven in his image, several thousand faces resculpted through techno-magical genetics to resemble that of the father they'd never met. Their various skin shades hid nothing, and variant colors and styles of hair didn't conceal the fact, either, each one of them bore his visage. Sanguinius had been cognizant of this possibility without truly expecting it. Many of Franklin's Liberty Eagles grew to take on his toothy smile as they ascended to the Astartes state, but it was by no means ubiquitous among the legions. Here, Sanguinius looked not on mere similarity, but simulacrum. Horus' sons resembled their Primarch as a son might take closely after a father. Sanguinius' sons resembled their gene sire as his own face would look back at him in a cracked mirror. War had scarred them, but they were him, to the life. And they were afraid of him. He could read it in eyes that matched his own, and he could sense it in the tautness of features he knew so perfectly well. The torment of expectation had goaded him to believe his sons might rejoice at their first sight of him, but the reality was altogether more tense. They feared what he represented, and the many changes to come. Free of the gunship's confines, he stretched his wings in the rain. Nothing more than instinct, the way someone might raise a hand against a breeze or roll their shoulders to prepare for a task. But when he did it, as his white feathered pinions flexed, several warriors in the front rank flinched. They didn't just fear what he represented, Sanguinius realized. They feared him. Perhaps they feared the mutation he bore on his back, but the Primarch didn't think it was anything so simple. They feared his very presence. Why? The rain slashed, unceasing, content to fill the terrible silence with the hiss of its impact. Sanguinius felt the gaze of the Liberty Eagles behind him as surely as he saw the stares of the immortal Ninth facing him. Keeping his wings close to his body, for convenience rather than caution, he started walking along the rows of gathered warriors in their storm-washed grey. He met their eyes as he passed, and marked well the scars of war on their ceramite plate and transfigured flesh. In turn, they gazed up at him with the desperate hope he had been expecting, coupled with a defiance he had not. They wanted this, they'd ached for this moment, but everything rode upon it. The pressure was practically a physical thing, bearing down on all of them. In their faces, he read their records of the Great Crusade. The drinking of blood and the eating of flesh, for tactical advantage, for survival, and rarely but not rarely enough for pleasure. He read the stories told by the scars that marred their beauty, the chronicles of subterranean campaigns against mutated hordes and scarcely human populations harvested for desperately needed reinforcements. In their narrowed, odd eyes, he saw the discretionary refusals of the Divisio Militaris to supply them with munitions and armor battalions to match the other newborn legions, for fear of the Revenant's degeneracy. He saw the imperial decrees breaking them apart to serve in splinter fleets, fragments of fragments attached to other legion forces, the primary reason it had taken so long to gather the legion here in its entirety. He saw the hardships of their crusades and the compromises made when fate had forced their hands. In the tilt of their heads and the set of their lips, he saw the sanctions levied against them by other, nobler legions. He saw the sins they'd committed against their own empire, and the scorn they'd endured because of it. He saw how they wore that disregard as a badge of unwanted honor. In short, he saw them for what they were, cannibals and killers with the faces of angels. Last of all, gleaming in their brazen stares was the knowledge of their own extinction. Their time was coming to an end. Even without Sanguinius here before their gathered ranks, the lifespan of the immortal Ninth was decidedly mortal, after all. The other legions, no matter their degrees of savagery, were reliable weapons in the Emperor's arsenal. To uplift sectors they send the 11th. To drown a rebellion in the blood of their own dead, he sent the 12th. The ruthlessness of these wild legions was still contained within the framework of the great plan. But the 9th, these blood-stained knights with their crimson rituals, these eaters of the dead. Already, they'd been broken up, unreliable in legion force. Whole swathes of the expeditionary fleets refused to fight alongside them. Again and again they were ground down to near annihilation, repeatedly bringing themselves back from the brink with tides of desperate recruitment, sustaining themselves by elevating the genetic dregs of the species to a state of imperial perfection. Their ways populated their ranks with men exalted in flesh yet still hollow in soul. Duty could only carry a soldier so far. These transhuman men fought for the Imperium, but they cared for little, they loved nothing. There was nothing ennobling in their suffering, only pride in their capacity to endure. The pride of a cornered animal is all they have left. As soon as the thought occurred to him, Sanguinius dismissed it. No. It's not all they have left, it's all they've ever had. It is all they were ever given. How like the people of Baal Fora they were, so vulnerable despite their fortitude, able to survive but never thrive. Sanguinius had been adopted by the clans of pure blood and grew to become their champion. He could have ruled over them as the god-king they believed him to be, but he had always wanted nothing more than to protect them. He elevated the pure tribes from the travails of their rat-soaked homeland not through dominance over them, but by his service to them. And now, the Revenant's fear made sense. It was so obvious once he'd witnessed it with his own eyes, a truth that no hololithic report could ever convey. What would this winged demigod demand of them? Could they ever live up to what he would ask? Would they even want to try, if they despised their new father and his vision? Sanguinius kept walking, kept studying them. He thought of the oaths of fealty he could make them swear tonight. He thought of the glory he could promise them and of the pride he could convey, at the Emperor granting him command of his own legion. He was their Primarch, and he had every right to play out the moment the way his sons expected, by binding them to him with sacred oaths of their allegiance to him. But the first words he spoke to his legion were far from the bombastic speeches later chroniclers would describe. "What is your name?" Sanguinius asked the closest revenant, the first of his sons that he ever met face to face. His tone was gently firm, his curiosity evident. The scarred warrior replied, lips wet with the rain. "I Damas." Sanguinius saw the conflict in the man's dark eyes as the Astartes hesitated, unsure whether to add an honorific. "Thank you," Sanguinius replied. He turned to the next warrior in line. "And you? Your name?" "Amit." Again, that hesitation, though Amit added a subdued, "Lord," after a moment's pause. "Thank you. And you?" And on it went. Soon he wasn't going one by one anymore, instead beckoning them to break ranks and come forward in clusters. He looked each of them in the eye as they proclaimed their names to him, many of them shouting over the others as the adrenaline of the moment took hold, and he committed their identities to his preternatural memory. These were his first sons, and he would remember every one of them until the day of his death. When it was done, silence descended once more, dense with expectation. Before, the revenants had regarded him with that clash of anticipation and defiant fear. Now, the challenge in their stares bordered on feverish. Why had he asked their names? What did he intend to do with the knowledge? Sanguinius saluted them, his fist against his heart. At last, he spoke. You have told me your names and I have read the records of your deeds. I know you, and I know how my father's Imperium, our Imperium, looks upon you. You have served with loyalty and been paid in gratitude and spite, both in equal measure. You have been given difficult tasks, only to find yourselves mistrusted for achieving them in the ways you believed best. I will not say you were wrong to act as you have acted, nor will I blame those that have come to fear you. That is the past, and this is our chance to step back from the edge of extinction. My first command is to bring you together once more. We will fight together as one bloodline. As of this moment, you are a broken legion no longer. The Revenant's eyes were upon him. He felt no doubts now. He knew exactly what he wanted to say. Swear me no oaths, he told them. Make me no promises. Do not offer me your allegiance purely because my blood runs in your veins. Sanguinius laughed suddenly, the sound musical against the percussion of the storm. In fact, do not offer me your allegiance at all. Not until you believe me worthy of it. The Primarch drew his sword, plunging it into the earth before the gathered ranks. He spread his wings, letting the rain sheet from them in pearlescent droplets. And then, to the amazed horror of his sons, he went to one knee in obeisance. Even with his head down, his voice carried above the storm. Instead, let me offer you my allegiance. Take my oath, here and now. I am Sanguinius, son of the Emperor, Primarch of the 9th Legion, and I make you this promise: I will stand with you in glory or die alongside you in shame. I come to you tonight not to enforce my ways upon all of you, but to learn your ways. The Revenant Legion looked upon him with breathless amazement. The punishment and chastisements they had expected hadn't manifested. The self-righteous vows they'd anticipated, that they must reshape themselves in their new father's image, hadn't been spoken. This legion is not mine, Sanguinius called out to his sons as he rose to his feet. It is not a possession to be manipulated purely by my will. This legion is ours. And though you are my sons, fated to answer to me, I am your Primarch, and I will answer to you. Sanguinius heard the Liberty Eagles' approval, his brother already nodding. Perhaps Franklin had anticipated his approach. It was not how these meetings were supposed to go. But every Primarch is different, much like how Franklin had to give a tour to his legion, how he had to make them trust AI once again. The angel drew his blade from the wet earth, raising his voice over the thunder. Each one of you is a bloodied veteran of the Great Crusade. And I, too, have fought the Imperium's war, learning of our empire at my brother Franklin's side. But I am as new to my title as I am to the war we fight. In time, I will come to lead you. But for now, I ask you only to let me fight by your side. If you refuse me, I will leave with no grudge. I will break my pact with the Emperor and return to Baal Fora. I will leave you to survive as you've survived thus far. But if you accept my offer, then let us learn, together, what our legion will be. Let us write that story as a united bloodline. Sanguinius let the rainfall clean his blade. He sheathed it in a smooth motion and rippled his wings against the storm's chill. The Emperor has charged us to take this world. He wants Tager Pentagurus. He wants it compliant before the turn of the solar month. I have seen the plans. I've seen the Imperial Army communications pleading for the presence of the Liberty Eagles here, the formal requests that my brother's explosion-loving sons remain to bring about the compliance the 9th Legion cannot be trusted to achieve. The Revenants stirred, shifted, clutched weapons tighter. They had their pride. They had it in abundance, and it would make for a fine beginning. The Emperor wants this world, and the Liberty Eagles would love to be the ones to blow it up. Give it to him. Sanguinius paused, a half-smile on his beauteous features, the look of a man sharing a sly jest with his closest companions. It's my belief that we don't need our esteemed cousins and my brother, though. I believe we can take this planet without their aid, and in doing so we will write the first chapter of our legion's true story. He turned to the side, Franklin and the Liberty Eagles and the several thousand revenants standing in broken ranks. Denzel looked faintly amused. Armstrong was fully grinning. What say you, warriors of the 9th Legion? Sanguinius called out. What say you, to my noble brother of the 11th? Thousands of voices rose, a rolling thunder of mockery, refusal, and defiance. The Revenant Legion shouted down the Liberty Eagles with that unified roar, succeeding also in outhouting the storm. Franklin stepped forward, raising his hands for quiet. It took some time to descend. Denzel moved with him, and as Armstrong nodded his head in respect to the quieting revenants, the latter gave a teasing, courtly bow. Well then, brother, Franklin said, loud enough for the ranks of Astartes to hear. It's the considered opinion of myself, and my dear captains, that we can pull our legion forces back and let the ninth handle things." Sanguinius thanked them both with his gaze, watched them moving to reboard their gunship, and then turned to face his new legion once more. "My friends," he said to the revenants. "My sons. Let us make ready. We have our first war to win." A/N, y'all might notice some of the parts of the chapters previously are from excerpts I took from books. Those are canon events. I like my FIC having canon events. Chapter 159, The Lion and the Eagle. 846.30 m. The void of space stretched endlessly before them, a canvas of infinite black punctuated by distant stars. Through the massive viewport of the Imperator Somnium, the Emperor of Mankind and Franklin Valorian gazed down at the death world below. Its surface was a tapestry of purples and greens, beautiful yet tainted by the touch of the warp. Beasts of corruption roamed its surface, the home of one of his brothers, Caliban. The Emperor stood in his usual magnificent armor, though its golden shine seemed subdued in quiet contemplation. Beside him, Franklin somehow managed to carry a relaxed bearing despite the grave sight before them. The contrast between father and son was striking, one ancient and dignified, the other powerful yet carrying himself with an almost irreverent ease. "What do you see as your purpose, Franklin?" The Emperor's voice carried through the chamber, resonating with power even in its gentleness. "Among your brothers, what role do you believe you serve?" Franklin took a moment to consider, his brown eyes reflecting the corrupt world below. Despite his usual quick wit, he gave the question the weight it deserved. "I'm a creator, father. An industrialist at heart," he began, his voice carrying the confidence of someone who had long since made peace with his role. "I build the foundations upon which the Imperium will stand. The galactic internet, the Cadian Gate, the supply nodes, these aren't just structures, they're the arteries through which humanity's future will flow." He turned slightly, gesturing at the vastness of space before them. "Trade routes, technological uplift programs, everything that will allow mankind to stand on its own feet again. That's what I built. The infrastructure that will outlast even us." The Emperor's psychic presence brushed against Franklin's mind, gentle but probing. "You truly hold no desire for power?" The question hung in the air, heavy with implications. Franklin's response was unexpected, a deep, resonant laugh that echoed through the chamber. The Emperor's face twitched with slight annoyance, but there was a hint of fondness in his eyes. "Father," Franklin said, still chuckling, "I grow weary just leading my sons and guiding the ignorant masses toward ascendancy. If anything, I want the Great Crusade to finish faster so I can retire." He grinned, the expression somehow both respectful and irreverent. "Give me a fishing rod, or a hunting expedition with my sons. Maybe a barbecue under an alien sun. Let someone else sit in the high seats of power, Nova Libertas, the Valorian Giga Corporation, even the High Lord's seat reserved for the Libertan President. Their means to an end, not my ambition." The Emperor's gaze shifted back to the death world below, his expression unreadable. "And what of your brother, Lion L. Johnson? What purpose do you believe the First Legion serves?" Franklin's expression grew more serious, his future knowledge weighing heavily on his mind. "The First Legion." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "They're the ones who keep the darkest secrets, aren't they? If I had to make an analogy, the First Legion is like that one person who won't divulge secrets no matter how much you beat them, while the 20th Legion." He chuckled, "Well, they're the ones with schizophrenia." His face grew more serious as he continued, "Lion is your exterminator, father. Where Lemon is your executioner, Lion is the one you send when something needs to be completely erased from existence. The future data suggests as much, the campaigns against the Crave, for instance." The Emperor nodded slowly, then turned the conversation to a different matter. "The Exindio battle automata, can they be salvaged?" Franklin's head shake was immediate and decisive. "No. The divide there runs too deep. The sector AI won't even communicate with them, and vice versa. It's like..." He searched for the right words, "digital racism, if you will." He chuckled at his own comparison. "The sector AI shun the Exindio for their actions during the cybernetic rebellion, and the Exindio, in their madness, try to corrupt and attack the sector AI only to be rebuffed. They're incompatible on a fundamental level." The Emperor was quiet for a long moment, his golden eyes reflecting the corrupted world below. "When your brother is reunited," he said finally, "I want you to give the battle automata to them, along with some of your more destructive technologies. The ones capable of laying waste to entire systems." Franklin raised an eyebrow, waiting for the explanation he knew would come. The Liberty Eagles will step back from the extermination campaigns, the Emperor continued. Let the First Legion take point in dealing with the more problematic Xenos species. Franklin nodded readily, relief evident in his posture. Sure thing, Pops. I'd rather not waste my son's lives if I can help it. I've got quite the arsenal. Should I let Lion pick what he wants, or would you prefer to choose? The Emperor shook his head, a barely perceptible smile touching his lips. Though he could read Franklin's thoughts, there was something genuinely refreshing about having a son who understood his burden, who could share in the weight of his grand vision while maintaining his own identity, although being incorruptible certainly helps. Let your brother choose, he said simply. Franklin Valorian stood in the shadow of Caliban's ancient fortress monastery, the weight of unfolding history palpable in the air. The rebellion against the Emperor and Lion L. Johnson had been a mere footnote in his future knowledge, yet seeing it materialize with his own eyes gave him a fresh perspective on the gravity of such events. The swiftness with which the insurgency was quelled spoke volumes of both his father's unyielding will and his brother's calculated precision. The day had begun with all the grandeur befitting an imperial visit. The Emperor had descended upon Caliban, his radiant presence commanding both awe and submission. His golden armor gleamed faintly under the muted sunlight that filtered through the dense canopy of Caliban's forests, contrasting starkly with the rugged medieval splendor of the Order's knights. Beside him stood the Lion, tall, composed, and exuding an aura of unshakable authority. Every movement, every measured word from him underscored his nature, a noble king forged in the fires of pragmatism. The ceremony's pageantry was abruptly disrupted when Zahariel, a young knight of the Order, broke formation. What many perceived as reckless impulsivity, Franklin recognized as the precise moment the conspiracy unraveled. The ripple of tension that followed was electric. Zahariel's swift actions uncovered a plot festering beneath the surface, one that sought to undermine the Emperor's dominion and the Lion's burgeoning authority. The response was immediate and surgical. Astartes clad in black moved through the fortress, their presence an unstoppable tide of retribution. The rebels, men who had once pledged loyalty to the Order, were swiftly rooted out. Those who resisted were met with uncompromising force, their feudal armaments no match for the unyielding might of the Dark Angels. Franklin observed the Lion orchestrating it all with a detached, almost clinical efficiency. No move was wasted, no mercy was offered. Every act was calculated to restore order with the least collateral damage possible, though he clearly would not hesitate to unleash total annihilation if the situation required it. Within the great hall of the fortress, the Emperor presided over the interrogation of the rebellion's leaders. His psychic presence saturated the chamber, a golden beacon of both illumination and intimidation. The conspirators' minds were laid bare under his probing gaze, their motivations revealed for all to see. Some were driven by a misguided sense of tradition, others by desperation, and a few by naked ambition. It mattered little to the Emperor, treason was treason. Franklin's attention, however, remained fixed on his brother. The Lion stood silently to one side, his expression carved from stone. Yet behind his icy exterior, Franklin could sense the quiet sting of betrayal. These were men the Lion had fought alongside, trusted, and perhaps even admired in his own reserved way. Their disloyalty was a scar that would remain hidden, but it would not alter his actions. Duty demanded justice, and the Lion was nothing if not a servant to his purpose. Luther, standing just behind the Lion, was a study in conflict. The man who had raised the Primarch wore his emotions more openly, his face betraying a mix of sorrow, loyalty, and resignation. Franklin noted the tension in Luther's posture, the strain of watching the old ways of Caliban dissolve under the weight of imperial progress. The seeds of future strife were evident, though for now, they lay dormant. By the day's end, the rebellion was extinguished. As the Emperor's golden form disappeared from view, Lion L. Johnson became aware of another presence nearby. He had noticed this figure earlier, a brother Primarch who had been observing the day's events from the shadows. Now, in the relative privacy following their father's departure, the Lion finally had a chance to study this peculiar sibling more closely. The approaching Primarch carried himself with an easy confidence that seemed almost casual, a stark contrast to the Lion's own rigid bearing. A sword hung at his hip, marking him as a fellow practitioner of blade work, though his relaxed stance suggested none of the constant vigilance that the Lion maintained. Most striking was his regalia, adorned with stars and eagles, a visual representation of freedom that seemed almost boastful to the Lion's ascetic sensibilities. Franklin Valorian, Primarch of the 11th, at your service, brother, the newcomer announced, extending his hand with a warm smile that the Lion found oddly disconcerting. The greeting was too familiar, Too immediate for someone who was, effectively, a stranger. Nevertheless, protocol demanded a response, and the Lion clasped the offered hand with precise formality. "Lion L. Johnson, Primarch of the 1st, he replied, his words measured and exact, devoid of the unnecessary warmth that colored his brother's introduction. Before the Lion could properly arrange his thoughts into the questions he wanted to ask, Franklin continued speaking, his tone conversational as if they were old friends rather than newly met brothers. "I'm here to inform you about the current state of affairs in the Imperium." "Why you in particular?" The Lion cut in, his suspicion crystallizing into words before he could moderate his tone. The question came out sharper than intended, but Franklin's response was merely a chuckle, a sound that grated against the Lion's sense of proper decorum. "Because I am one of two options you can choose for supply nodes," Franklin explained, his tone suggesting this should be obvious. "The other is the mechanicum of Mars. If you want quality, you come to me. If you want quantity, Mars would gladly provide it." The casual way he discussed such significant strategic matters grated against the Lion's sense of proper protocol and security. As if to compound the breach of operational security, Franklin produced a data slate and offered it with the same easy manner one might share directions to a local tavern. The Lion's eyes narrowed as he accepted the device, his movements precise and controlled despite his growing internal disquiet. The contents of the data slate only increased his concern. Each revelation seemed more outrageous than the last: an egalitarian state, democratic principles, freedom of information, concepts that seemed dangerous in their potential for chaos. Most troubling was the revelation of two suzerain states within the Imperium, one of which was apparently under this surprisingly cavalier brother's control. "Why does the Emperor trust you so much?" The Lion's question cut through the air like a blade. "That's too much power for one Primarch." His eyes fixed on Franklin with laser intensity. "Not to mention you teach other brothers." Franklin's response was to simply step aside, as if physically demonstrating how the Lion's accusations passed through empty air. "Yes," he said, the single word carrying none of the defensiveness the Lion had expected, hoped for, even. It would have been easier to understand a defensive response, to categorize this brother as someone seeking to justify their position. The Lion found this verbal maneuvering both impressive and deeply unsettling. "When you are done here," Franklin continued, seemingly unaffected by the weight of the Lion's scrutiny, "please inform me. Father has more equipment for you and said to choose from my very own toys." The word toys to describe what were presumably weapons of significant strategic value made the Lion's jaw tighten imperceptibly. Each of Franklin's casual remarks, his easy jokes and light manner, struck against the Lion's serious nature like small hammer blows. The contrast between their personalities couldn't have been more stark, the Lion's carefully considered words and movements versus Franklin's seemingly careless openness. "You are not what I expected," the Lion stated flatly. "I expected someone more serious, more concentrated." The criticism was clear in his tone, though carefully measured. Franklin's response was a loud laugh that echoed through the chamber, causing the Lion to fight back a wince at the breach of decorum. "You, my brother, are exactly what I expected," Franklin countered, his amusement evident. "Too serious and concentrated will make you look old, produces wrinkles. Anyway, finish your duties here then vox me when you're ready." The exchange perfectly encapsulated their fundamental differences. The Lion's questions and accusations, sharp and precise as sword thrusts, seemed to simply pass through Franklin like air, finding no purchase against his apparently impenetrable good humor. Where the Lion sought to probe for weaknesses and hidden agendas, Franklin responded with jokes and casual dismissals that provided no tactical advantage. The Lion found himself in the unusual position of being unable to properly assess his brother. Franklin's openness seemed genuine, which paradoxically made the Lion trust it less. No one in his experience had ever been so transparent unless they were hiding something far more significant. Yet the Emperor clearly trusted this unusual Primarch with considerable power and responsibility. As Franklin took his leave, his departure as casual as his arrival, the Lion remained standing in the chamber, data slate in hand, trying to reconcile this encounter with his understanding of proper protocol and behavior. The information before him spoke of significant military and industrial capability, yet its bearer treated such power as if it were of no more consequence than a knight's daily practice routine. The Lion's analytical mind began categorizing the interaction, searching for patterns and hidden meanings. Franklin's apparent lack of guile could itself be a sophisticated form of deception. The casual mentions of toys and supply chains might be deliberate misdirection. Yet every attempt to construct a logical framework around Franklin's behavior led to contradictions. Most disturbing was how Franklin had seemed to read him so easily. Exactly what I expected, he had said. The Lion, who prided himself on being inscrutable, found this casual assessment of his character somewhat alarming. It suggested either remarkable insight or access to information that should not be available. In the end, the Lion was left with more questions than answers. Franklin Valorian represented a type of power he had not encountered before, one that wore its strength lightly and seemed to care little for the usual forms of authority and control. It was, the Lion had to admit, a more subtle form of strength than he was accustomed to dealing with, and therefore potentially more dangerous. The data slate in his hands promised resources that could significantly enhance his legion's capabilities, yet accepting such aid would create a connection to this unpredictable brother. The Lion found himself in the unusual position of having to choose between practical advantage and his natural inclination toward self-sufficiency and secrecy. As he began reviewing the detailed information before him, the Lion made a mental note to watch this brother carefully. Franklin's casual demeanor might be genuine or might be the most sophisticated mask the Lion had yet encountered. Either way, he would need to adapt his usual strategies when dealing with this particular sibling. One thing was certain, Franklin Valorian had managed to unsettle him more with a friendly conversation than many opponents had achieved with direct hostility. It was, the Lion reflected, perhaps the most disturbing aspect of their entire encounter. Chapter 160, Weapons and Brothers. The Stormbird's ascent through Caliban's atmosphere gave Lion L. Johnson his first true glimpse of the sweet liberty, and the sight made his transhuman mind struggle to process its scale. The vessel stretched beyond his field of vision, its white hull trimmed with gold seeming to extend infinitely. Massive weapon batteries dotted its surface, some familiar, others completely alien to his extensive knowledge of warfare. The sheer firepower concentrated in one vessel was staggering. Lion's enhanced senses tingled with warning, every instinct honed in Caliban's deadly forests screaming at the implications. This wasn't merely a warship, it was a mobile fortress capable of destroying entire systems, and it belonged not to the Emperor, but to his most cavalier brother. The thought sent waves of unease through his carefully controlled mind. As the Stormbird entered the first hangar bay, the Lion's gaze was drawn to a Gloriana-class battleship docked within. Dark Angel's iconography adorned every surface, the winged sword prominent against the dark hull. His analytical mind noted the perfect maintenance, the pristine condition, the obvious care taken in its preparation. "Like what you see, brother." The Lion barely suppressed a start at Franklin's voice beside him. When had his brother approached? How had he failed to notice? Such lapses in awareness had meant death on Caliban. He forced his features to remain impassive, even as his mind raced through the implications of Franklin being able to move without triggering his enhanced senses. "Isn't she a beauty?" Franklin continued, gesturing toward the Gloriana-class vessel. "The invincible reason, waiting for her Primarch." "Me?" The question escaped before the Lion could stop it, immediately irritating him with its obvious nature. Franklin's chuckle grated against the Lion's nerves like sandpaper on ceramite. "Who else is the Lord of the Dark Angels?" The Lion remained silent, his eyes cataloging every detail of his surroundings. The hangar bay alone could have housed entire fortress monasteries. The casual display of such resources made his suspicion deepen further. No one gave away such power without expecting something in return. "Come now, brother," Franklin said, moving toward a shimming portal that appeared to ripple like water. "Follow me to the arsenal." Without waiting for a response, Franklin stepped through and vanished. The Lion studied the portal with narrowed eyes, his tactical mind analyzing possible threats. The technology was clearly advanced, far beyond the technology in Caliban. Another demonstration of power? Another reason for concern? Nevertheless, duty demanded he proceed. Stepping through felt like walking through water, a momentary sensation of resistance before emerging into a vast chamber. Franklin stood waiting by a gate so massive it could have accommodated an Imperator Titan with room to spare. The casual display of such engineering capabilities only added to the Lion's growing unease. "Welcome to the arsenal, brother," Franklin announced with another of his easy smiles. "Take your pick." The Lion's enhanced senses continued to ring with warning. Every lesson learned in Caliban's forests told him to distrust such generosity, to look for the hidden blade behind the offered hand. Yet Franklin's openness seemed genuine, which somehow made it even more suspicious. The Lion maintained his practiced stoicism as they moved through the initial weapons displays, though his mind was racing with calculations and implications. These weren't what truly concerned him. Weapons, no matter how advanced, were still just tools. It was the vessel itself that demanded his attention. This ship, he began, his tactical mind dissecting the strategic implications. A vessel this size is a symbol, as much as it is a weapon. Its existence alone is enough to intimidate. His eyes narrowed slightly as he continued, but symbols can become targets. Franklin's response was that same infuriating chuckle that seemed to dismiss concerns while simultaneously acknowledging their validity. Yes, she could be targeted, his brother agreed with an ease that continued to unsettle the lion, but chances are she would find them first. Did you know Sweet Liberty could target everything in a solar system? The lion's enhanced senses flared with warning at this casual revelation. His mind immediately began calculating the strategic implications, a vessel capable of engaging every target in an entire solar system simultaneously. The power requirements alone would be staggering, let alone the targeting systems needed for such a feat. Nothing would be safe if the Sweet Liberty entered a system. No defense could be adequate against such overwhelming firepower. But the lion's tactically oriented mind immediately identified a potential weakness. And what happens if the enemy is able to board her? He pressed, searching for the flaw in this seemingly perfect weapon. Surely you cannot defend every part of this massive vessel? She would be vulnerable to boarding parties that are able to survive her initial barrage. Franklin's response was not the defensive justification the lion expected. Instead, his brother cackled, a sound that set the lion's teeth on edge, and said, "At the small chance they could, let me show you who they are up against." A simple clap of Franklin's hands transformed the environment around them. Glowing blue eyes appeared everywhere, in every corner, every crevice, every shadow suddenly alive with mechanical awareness. The lion's combat instincts surged to full alert, his hand flying to his sword's hilt as his enhanced senses registered the sheer scale of what he was witnessing. Mechanical scarabs emerged from seemingly solid walls, their metallic bodies moving with impossible precision. Mechanical spiders descended from above, each one a deadly combination of efficiency and lethality. Massive quadrupedal constructs stalked through the corridors like mechanical predators, their movements suggesting both power and terrible purpose. Most disturbing of all, centipede-like constructs crawled along the walls at speeds that even his transhuman eyes struggled to track. The lion's combat-oriented mind rapidly processed the tactical implications. Any boarding action would be suicide. These mechanical defenders were everywhere, their numbers seemingly infinite, their coordination perfect. There would be no blind spots, no safe zones, no possibility of establishing a beachhead. Every corridor would be a killing ground, every chamber a death trap. When Franklin clapped again and the constructs vanished, some melting into walls, others simply disappearing from sight, the lion maintained his combat stance. His senses told him they were still there, watching, waiting. The casual display of such comprehensive internal defenses added another layer to his growing concerns about his brother's power. That was just a small portion of the internal defenses of Sweet Liberty, Franklin said, his tone light as if he hadn't just demonstrated enough military might to conquer worlds. And I am not here to showcase her but give you an arsenal of extinction. Come brother, we have much to cover. The lion followed, his mind racing with implications. The mechanical guardians he'd seen represented a level of technological sophistication that rivaled or exceeded anything he'd read in the data slates. The coordination they'd displayed suggested an underlying intelligence that raised its own set of concerns. And the fact that Franklin controlled all of this. Every instinct honed in Caliban's deadly forest screamed that this level of power concentrated in one individual was dangerous. Yet his brother treated it all with a casualness that was either the height of arrogance or indicated access to even greater powers that made these displays trivial by comparison. The lion couldn't decide which possibility concerned him more. As they continued deeper into the arsenal, the lion maintained a heightened state of awareness. His brother might act the gracious host, but the lion had seen enough to know that the Sweet Liberty was more than just a vessel, it was a mobile empire, capable of both system-wide destruction and perfect self-defense. The implications were staggering, and the fact that Franklin seemed so unconcerned about sharing this information only added to the mystery. The lion found himself wondering if perhaps this openness was itself a form of deception, showing so much that the true capabilities remained hidden in plain sight. Yet every attempt to detect deception in Franklin's manner came up empty, which only served to increase his suspicion. No one with this much power should be this casual about it. And besides, Franklin mentioned with characteristic nonchalance, Pops has Imperator Somnium, Sweet Liberty's sister ship. What? The word escaped the lion's lips before he could contain it, his composure briefly cracking at this casual revelation. Yes, Franklin replied, as if discussing nothing more consequential than the weather. Their arrival in the artillery section confronted the lion with rows upon rows of devastating weaponry. Doomsday super heavy grav tanks stood like sleeping giants, their massive forms promising apocalyptic destruction. Super heavy tanks stretched into the distance, each one a fortress unto itself. How many of the Doomsday grav tanks could I request? The Lion asked, his tactical mind already calculating potential deployments. Franklin's response came after a moment's contemplation, delivered with that same maddening casualness. You could take them all, 1,000 of them. The number sent the Lion's mind racing. Such generosity defied logic, screamed of hidden purpose, yet his brother's manner suggested nothing more than simple sharing between siblings. Before he could fully process this, Franklin gestured toward another section. Would you like some Titans? The sight that greeted the Lion's eyes would have staggered a lesser being. Titans of every class stood in solemn grandeur, from nimble scout Titans to towering Imperators, and beyond them, the legendary Castigator class, each one bearing its title for ease of observation. Each war machine represented power enough to level cities, and they stood here like toys in a merchant's display. 2 legions of Titans, the Lion stated, adding after a moment's consideration, and a Castigator. Franklin's response was a simple nod and a few presses on his data slate. The Titans began moving of their own accord, walking toward the exit with earth-shaking steps. The Lion watched them go, his enhanced senses registering every detail while his mind struggled to process the casual distribution of such devastating military might. In the automata section, the presentation of the Exindio battle automata came with a kill switch, a rare moment of practical caution from his brother that the Lion found almost reassuring. Finally, something that acknowledged the dangerous nature of these weapons. Their final stop brought them to the ship-grade weapons, where Franklin's casual demeanor continued to grate against the Lion's sensibilities. Only one can be fitted to invincible reason, his brother explained, due to fusion reactor limitations. Would you prefer the black hole cannons or the temporal batteries? The Lion's question was terse. The difference? The black hole cannons open spatial rifts at the target location, Franklin explained, as if discussing weather patterns rather than weapons of system-wide devastation. The temporal batteries force targets to collide with their past selves. Reality doesn't appreciate such paradoxes, the results are explosive, regardless of size. After careful consideration, the Lion chose the temporal batteries. Franklin handed him an armament order, explaining that installation would need to happen at 4G World Prime in the Independence sector. Each casual display of power and technology added to the weight of questions in the Lion's mind. Finally, the Lion voiced the question that had been building throughout their tour. Since you know everything, what about the situation of the rest of the Dark Angels? Why did the Emperor ask you to give these weapons to me, to my legion? Franklin's answer came with uncharacteristic directness. You, my brother, are the Emperor's exterminator. Your legion is currently scattered across the known galaxy, beset by strife after suffering greatly in reckless campaigns, overcome by pride and vainglory. He handed over another data slate containing the Emperor's standing orders, complete annihilation of all hostile Xenos, with noted exceptions for the Craft World Eldar and the Exodosites. The Craft World Eldar are cooperating with some of our special projects, Franklin added. That's all the information I can share. The rest is classified. Classified. The Lion bristled at the word, but forced himself to accept it. Loyalty is its own reward, he stated, more to himself than his brother. Then came the moment of formal exchange. Franklin's bearing shifted, his usual casual demeanor replaced by something ancient and proper. The transformation was subtle but absolute, no longer the grinning brother but a representative of the Emperor's will. As of this moment, as per the Emperor's orders, Franklin intoned, his voice carrying the weight of imperial decree, the 11th Legion will take a step back and hand over the duties of extermination to Lion L. Johnson and the 1st Legion. The Lion recognized the gravity of the moment, the passing of a mantle older than their brotherhood. His response came with equal formality, the 1st Legion accepts this duty. As they concluded their meeting, the Lion found himself awash in contradictions. His brother had handed over enough military might to conquer sectors, yet treated it as casually as lending a book. The power Franklin wielded so lightly should have corrupted absolutely, yet his brother seemed genuinely uninterested in wielding it for personal gain. It defied everything the Lion had learned about power and survival in Caliban's deadly forests. Perhaps that was the greatest deception of all, or perhaps, most unsettling of all, his brother truly was exactly what he appeared to be. Or is he? The formal exchange of duties had barely concluded when Sovereign's alerts reached Franklin. Primarch, Macraj's honor, Fatep, burden of duty, red tier, and Rafunkel request permission to dock. Granted, Franklin responded with his characteristic ease, turning to the lion with a hint of amusement. Well brother, looks like you'll be meeting some of our brothers ahead of time. For perhaps the first time since their meeting, the lion found himself in genuine agreement with Franklin. The prospect of meeting multiple brothers at once presented both opportunity and challenge, a chance to gauge alliances and measure potential threats. The grand meeting chamber lived up to its name, a space worthy of hosting demigods. As the doors slid open, conversations and the rough scent of smoke wafted out to greet them. The chamber was already alive with the presence of several Primarches, each gathering creating its own gravity well of power and personality. Near one of the chamber's vast viewports, Magnus the Red and Sanguinius were deep in discussion, their conversation drifting across the space. Magnus, his single eye gleaming with intellectual curiosity, leaned forward. How progresses the cure for the red thirst? Sanguinius shifted his magnificent wings, a subtle tell of his complex emotions regarding the topic. It's something of a success, he admitted. We've achieved an equilibrium where the genetic defect is neutralized. However, and here his perfect features showed a hint of exasperation, sometimes it curves toward the blood raven's path. The angel's expression grew slightly pained as he continued, I've had to discipline my sons for their kleptomaniac tendencies. We've found that providing them with suitably shiny objects, gold and gem-laden items, helps curb this acquisition drive. Magnus blinked. So your sons are magpies? Essentially. Sanguinius groaned. We've taken to keeping them occupied with gold baubles and gem-encrusted trinkets. It helps, but sometimes I wonder if the Emperor's genetic design wasn't, scattered would the red thirst still manifest. Magnus let out a hearty laugh. Brother, if that's your biggest issue, you're doing better than the rest of us. My sons are setting the bar for catastrophic meltdowns, and that is when I had cured the flesh change. Across the chamber, Robert Gilliman and Rogel Dorn engaged in a conversation so dry it could have doubled as sandpaper. Dorn's direct questioning cut straight to practical matters. What is your primary equipment source? Gilliman's response was measured, fitting for the master logistician. We maintain a mixed supply chain. The Mechanicum provides basic equipment, but the Ultramarines prefer independent sector vessels and support systems. And you, brother? Gilliman returned the query. Dorn's perpetually stern expression shifted slightly as he answered, predominantly the independence sector. Their engineers demonstrate superior capability in structural matters. They are currently undertaking renovation of the phalanx's damaged sections, consequences of a Drukari ambush. Gilliman smiled faintly. The Drukari? Bold of them to challenge the phalanx. Dorn's voice remained flat. They paid for it in blood. The lion catalogued each interaction, each snippet of information, building a mental map of relationships and power structures. Meanwhile, Franklin strode over to the feast table, where Lemon Russ was busy being the most stereotypical Viking imaginable. The Wolf King's mjad sloshed from his massive tankard as he greeted Franklin with a thunderous laugh. Franklin! You absolute bastard! Come for a drink, or just to see me make a fool of these fools? Franklin grinned. Bit of both. What are you plotting this time? Russ raised his tankard. Plotting? Bah! I leave that to you schemers. I'm just here for the booze, the brawls, and to keep you all honest. The lion's entrance caught Russ's eye, and their mutual disdain ignited immediately. The lion's glare was a master class in condescension, silently conveying, this brute couldn't strategize his way out of a paper bag. Russ's grin turned wolfish. This pompous prick wouldn't last a day in the real world. Their shared thought was identical, fuck this guy. The chamber crackled with tension, as it always did when the Primarches gathered. Franklin moved between the clusters of his brothers like an expert social chameleon, his laid-back demeanor diffusing conflicts before they could erupt. Magnus glanced at Franklin as he passed. Ah, Franklin, your timing is impeccable. Tell me, do you find it strange that while I try to unlock the secrets of the universe, Sanguinius is babysitting magpies? Franklin smirked. Not as strange as Dorn asking Gilliman about supply chains like we're running a trade expo. Gilliman, overhearing the exchange, turned with a raised eyebrow. Logistics are the backbone of any campaign, Franklin. Given your unorthodox methods, I'm still baffled at how someone as much of a maverick as you manages to turn supply chains into strange art forms and make it work, exceptionally I might add. Franklin laughed, the sound full of good-natured mischief. You're not wrong, Robert. But that's why you're the responsible one, and I'm the fun one. The lion rolled his eyes. We're doomed. Franklin clapped him on the shoulder. Relax, brother. Everything's under control. Now, let's get this meeting started before Russ drinks the entire bar and Magnus starts a lecture on warp theory. And with that, the Great Crusade continued in its usual fashion, a mix of brilliance, dysfunction, and enough sibling rivalry to fuel an entire galaxy of drama.
Thanks for listening.